last week for this part, and we are here together with Lucas, Cookies, and Sloth for today. They're a little bit of our guests. How you doing, everyone? How you feeling being here?
Doing great.
Yeah,
Doing
happy
great as
to
well.
get the season started.
But yes, we are in the first week, ladies and gentlemen, and we are here to have a little bit of a chat before the games start, talking a little bit about the teams that are upcoming and to see how the predictions could be for this. After all, we got a little bit of questions for you, don't we? So, let's see here. So, to begin with, Lucas, I do have some questions for you about these teams that are facing up against each other, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't be
Um,
scared. Don't be scared. I don't bite you. So, let's talk a little bit. Now, with the upcoming matchups that we have coming in here, who do you think? Actually, what do you think will happen, and what is your predictions for this? Do you have any if you would rank these teams against each other? How would you say it would go? Let's take it from from the lower aspects to the higher ones. Go from low to top.
yeah, sure. For 8 players, I would have Windows. Like, they don't really have tournament results. Grim is kind of an Estelle OTP, so I think they will place rather low.
You think so?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Neref
Well-
didn't really play tournaments before, so. not
We've
much.
seen them a little bit in the past, of course, but it is of course I don't have as much experience when it comes to watching these teams. I mostly see them in the tournaments and not in scrims, but it is possible that they would have a little bit of a struggle sometime to face up against the other teams. But after that, who would you say would come second?
Wait. I thought
No,
we were gonna
not
wait for most.
second. Yeah. I mean, second up, second upwards. I mean, seventh then, I guess.
I mean, wouldn't the others want to say the picks first? The 8 pick?
Yeah, of course. Well,
I mean, yeah,
the
we can go from 8-1. So I guess it's my turn next.
yeah, sure. Give
Uh,
us what you think
I think I would have to agree with Lucas here.
with
I do believe
Windows.
Windows, yeah. Especially because they don't really. I mean, we haven't really seen them in tourneys, and I'm not sure Nerov can play the first 2 weeks as well. So they will have to play with a substitute.
Not true, he was banned.
Yeah. So we'll see how that
Yeah.
goes. I don't think they got enough scrim practice. So
That's interesting. But yeah, being a player down in the they're a substitute, right?
yeah, they're gonna
Yeah.
play with Neutron instead of Nerov, I think.
All right, I see. But yeah, that is quite a valid point. And how about you, Slav?
I would just chime in on the Windows. And they're all great players, right? And they had to obviously play well to even get into the EUSL, which isn't a given. But compared to just other teams, I do feel like Lucas and Cookies have mentioned, right? They just don't have the kind of like results in previous tournaments so far that I would be comfortable putting them any higher.
Yeah. I would definitely say, yeah, they are probably a little bit of the outliers in this situation where the experience that some of the other teams actually have, they are a little bit not as qualified in the amount of practice and work we've seen them do. But of course, they are still here. They have put on a good show and they have put on a good fight. They have climbed up here and. Hopefully, we'll see them actually put up a good fight against them. But of course, we are just kind of determining here and just having some predictions ahead of time. How about number 7 then? What do you think?
I mean, I would
Yeah.
put the ZZZ on
Yeah,
number
ZZ.
7.
Yo,
So my own team. I mean,
Okay.
we gotta stay a bit humble, make some room for upsets. Like,
friendly fire.
You want to sleep on this, Lucas? If I remember right, Weren't you?
I mean, I might be the goalie from ZZZ, but make some room for upsets. Imagine if like the other teams lose to the ranked 7 team. Would be kinda crazy.
Yeah, I guess. Maybe a little bit of an underdog situation. Bring back.
Yeah. Kiddo also just came back from vacation. He hasn't played a game yet, so he will go in without
Don't say
experience
that.
at all. So it will be interesting.
How about you, Cookies? Who do you believe is going to be your number 7?
Yeah, I was also gonna go with CCC, but did not expect Lucas to pick it.
Honestly, I don't expect that one either.
Yeah, I thought he was gonna have some high hopes, but yeah, I guess now they took the blame of themselves if they lose, so good
Yeah.
strategy.
And how about you, Sloth? What do you think of this?
Okay, I'm surprised to see CZ at 7 twice, honestly. I personally have Fingerless at 7. Fingerless overall has great individual players, right? But I do feel like compared to some other goalies, Bingus might not be at the very top. Oneka has come back recently to play again, and he does show like a lot of good promise as well. But there still might be a little bit of rust of getting back into it. And Yuki's a go, obviously. But I feel like overall, again, at least from my own experiences, I think they're just a bit below what I would think of the other teams. They're definitely better than Windows, and there's definitely room for them to have a lot of wins as well. But I think in terms of expectations, they would rank around 7th for me.
I see. That is, it's always interesting to see some people that I'm used to having in the. I guess the altars, not altars. That is definitely the wrong word for this. Kind of like spectators in a way, and who are more organizing this stuff. But it's fun to see that Bingus is going to be playing in this one, having worked with her before. But you might be right there. Of course, yeah, you have more experience than I do, and you have actually been watching the scrims most likely that is happening, and yeah, more experience. But so Fingerless is your number 7. That's all right. Pretty nice. Pretty interesting. Now, how about 6? Coming up in the no wait, we're still in the first digits. Nice one.
I mean, yeah, for number 6, I would have Packet Loss. Sorry to disrespect you, Slav, but I think Packet Loss didn't scrim that much, I think, and didn't really play many tournaments because they were busy organizing tournaments more than playing. But to be honest, they could also like rank a lot higher. I'm just like really unsure like how Packet Loss is gonna rank.
Packet Loss is truly an interesting one. They're very, very well known, but you are very right that they have been off the. They haven't been as much in the actual competitive or the tournament scene in the sense of training as much as they have been organizing, which still very big respect for them for all of the work that they have put down for all of this and so many of the other tournaments that have been going on. But I'm hoping to get to see a good fight from them. But number 6 for them, for you, Lucas. All right. How about you, Cookies?
Yeah, I would go for Fingerless here.
Fingerless. All right,
Yeah,
all right.
I think they're better than ZZZ, especially Yuki. Like, she can gaff anyone, I think. So, yeah, I think she can carry them to 6 at least. I was thinking of putting them higher, but I don't know if they're better than Packet Loss. At least I don't think so, so.
All right. So we have Fingerless for number 6 for you. And how about you, Sloth? Who do you determine?
At 6, I then also have ZZZ. Higher than the other two, surprisingly enough, but I think ZZZ is a good solid team. But again, like compared to, especially if we look at the very top of the leaderboard, it's always going to be rough, right? So.
All right. Yeah. That is definitely true. What do you think, Lucas, of that opinion?
I mean, he can't be upset. I ranked him higher than he did.
Yeah.
You ranked me higher than I did. I can't really be upset.
How about you give us your number 5 then, Lucas, in response?
I mean, number 5, I got Fingerless. I think they could
Fingerless.
outperform the 3 teams below them. I'm not sure, but like they have the potential to, I think, to get 5th place at least. I mean, Oneka is a great player. Bingus is like also improving a lot in my opinion right now. And
Huh?
AI Yuki is like the crazy newcomer.
AI Yuki. It's definitely gonna be fun to see them play. But yeah, that is number 5 for you. How about you, Cookies?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with Packet Loss here.
Back at last.
Only reason like I put them below KLB is I think KLB is gonna get so much better during like the 2 months so the league is progressing. Because right now they're like not in their best shape, but if they will scrim often, like they could win a few matches. So
Yeah. All right. So packed last for number 5. And how about you, Slav?
Yeah, I can kind of piggyback off of what Cookie said, but differently. I had KLB at 5, mainly because KLB obviously a very strong team, but I'm just not very certain of their activity of playing the game. Right? They have just come back, need to get into the groove of things, and I can definitely see them be a top 3, top 2 team towards the end of the season. But they would still have to prove that to me as in current state.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. So we have KLB for your choice then. It's definitely going to be interesting to see them play. And how about now getting into the top 4 guesses of all of the teams? What
I
is
mean,
your Lucas?
my opinion is kind of the same. I'm unsure how KLB is gonna place. They haven't really been. I mean, they have been back for quite some time now, but they still don't play a lot in comparison to the other teams. Lama's kinda busy with playing Lost Ark, I think. Balu is queuing the customs permanently, and Kelle doesn't have that much time to play, I think, in general. So I'm unsure. They could place really high, depending on how many scrims they get in during the tournament, but I'm unsure. So for now, I will put them in 4th place.
All right. Also, hey, look at that. We're here now. Also, I'm very low down, but I guess I'm just hiding behind the table. I am the duck after all. I'm a bit smaller than Joel. And how about you, Cookies, then? What is
yeah, now
your
I
choice for
also
number
got
4?
KLB coming up at 4. I think they're gonna be
KLB.
the last team to get like the qualifying. So
All right. So KLB coming up in number 4 for you, Cookies. And Slav, I have a feeling I know who you're gonna pick for this one.
Oh, really? I mean, I wonder how you can get that idea. No, I have our team at 4, back and loss. I
Yeah,
I
packet
do
loss.
think we have pretty strong showings. At times, the bigger thing is probably like consistency, but in terms of where we should place, I feel like that's where we should roughly end up in, if not even higher. Obviously, we're always aiming to go higher.
Yeah. And it's good to try to go and aim high because, yeah, you want to show results after all. But, all right, all right. And yeah, the final packet last placement is on number 4. Now we are coming into the top 3, and yeah, I'm definitely noticing the distinct lack of any Amy haters, Fierce Fury, or TMCT. Noticing that you all have a pretty good predictions for them. So, how about we start with the first one for the 3rd place for you, Lucas? Who would that be?
I mean, for me, the 3rd place would be TMCT. I
TMCT. All right, a
think
team mutant Cringer Turtles.
Atsuru isn't really scrimming a lot right now. But they are like still a pretty strong team. Geo is playing a lot of goalie right now, so I think they are like pretty good. But I think they are the worst out of like the top 3, especially with like Geo kind of role swapping right now. Atsu not playing, so it's kind of weird to rank them. But it kind of depends on how it goes in the tournament, I guess.
All right, yeah, that's very fair. I would I've seen so much of them at this point. I definitely can see them being up there, and if not even higher, even possible. But it is to see. What do you guys think of them? First of all, with you, Cookies, who would
Yeah,
your preferred be?
I think also my team or Team City gets third. Like I think we could get higher, but like we haven't been scrimming a lot, and there are also like a few weeks that we would have to get subs in, and we won't be able to play. So yeah, I
I
Yeah.
think
mean,
it's
you got the
possible.
goat.
That is true.
You
We do
got
have the
Din.
good. I will see if Zins gets to play or if he wants to play, but yeah.
No, but it's looking good. But let me just tell you, I'm having good hopes for you. All right.
Yeah, thank you.
But yeah, putting TMCT on number third, and then lastly, Sloth. Who do you think is going third?
Yeah, I agree with the other two. TMCT at third seems about right. Again, due to that they've had a lot of good showings, right? Especially Cookies Geo. They've played with different goalies and different people for a while, and consistently were in top 2, top 3 finish in tournaments. So they're definitely strong. Issue is probably that stuff like Fierce Fury and Amy Hitters might be the final hurdle. But compared to who else is in the league, I'm confident putting TMCT above them.
Yeah, but yeah, we still have Fierce Fury and Amy Haters. But yes, all right, all right, all right. And that's the number third. Now, for the second one, who would it be? Who do we see coming up, Lucas?
I mean, for me, it's Fierce Fury. I mean, they had really good tournament results, and they were like getting first place a lot. They got second place in the last league, and lost against Blobgap. But I think they are like a really strong team. They won a lot of tournaments. But I still think Amy Haters is better. Maybe that's like just me thinking about the good old days of OS. But
I would definitely say you're right there. Like having Fang, Sarhanov, and Sake in the same team it's a pretty fierce combo. Let me say that. Not intended, but pun intended at the same time. But also, I have a little bit of probably a little bias as yeah, Sarhanov is the one that taught me how to play the game. But yeah, Fierce Fury being a second for you. And how about you, Cookies?
I'm gonna put Amy Hater second.
Amy haters. All right, all right.
Yeah, I think they like can win the league, and like I think they're better players, but I think they need like time to practice, and like Alex and Reko need to like get back in the game. But yeah, I think like whenever the like finals show up, they're gonna be at a better point, but I don't think they're gonna win the like group stage.
All right. I actually didn't completely expect hearing Amy haters being picked for a second spot, but that's actually quite intriguing, and it's actually quite fun to hear that. A little bit of an outcast vote, unless Slav have something similar to say. What do
Oh,
you say, Slav?
I'll surprise you again. I also have Amy haters at two.
Oh, okay,
I
okay.
think they're individuals. They're all great players, obviously. And they have played in that constellation already before, right? In the Eurocup, representing Team Germany, which they ended up winning as well. But it is a question of how well they can perform in current meta, as they just haven't been playing a lot. I have no doubt in my head that they're like the top two in the league for me is gonna be between Amy Haters and Fierce Fury. Like Oki said, maybe not in groups already, but time playoffs comes. That's the kind of like finals that I would predict as of right now. I think compared to just Fierce Fury has a lot of like recent tournament wins, good results. That I just kind of weigh a little bit heavier as of right now.
All right, all right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's a very fair point, to be honest. And I haven't seen them too much lately due to missing out some tournaments and potential moments to have seen them. But I'll take your word for it. Now we're coming to the first placers, and I wanna hear from you guys. Why did in this situation, Lucas? Why Amy haters? What makes them so different in this?
I mean, Alex was always just a wall, right? He's like probably the most known goalie in OS.
Yeah,
Like he, I
that
think
is
like
a
every
good
goalie
argument.
players, I think every goalie player kind of looked up to him before. Venom, his Luna is a fucking menace, and Rekko, I think he scored on me probably the most out of all forwards combined in like solo queue in tournaments. I don't know. I just like I can see the point of them like maybe being a bit washed and like being worse than Fierce Fury, but I believe in them and I can't betray them as the Team Germany sub.
But yeah, Amy haters for number one. Pretty understandable choice in its own way. But then we come to cookies. Fierce Fury, eh?
Yeah, I think Fierce Fury is like the best team at the moment.
Alright.
But like this is only for the like group stage. I would probably predict someone else to like win the league. But for the group stage, I think like they played the game the most throughout like the last few months, and they also like win almost every tourney. So I think they're like at the best position right now. But since there's like a league going on, I think the other teams are gonna scrim and like we'll be able to beat them at the end.
That's very fair. That's very fair. And then we of course have Slav. And
Yeah.
you also put Fierce Fury for number one.
Yeah, I've touched on it a little bit before as well, right? They have a lot of good tournament results, and in the tournaments that they did play, the teams that were going up against them always, or most of the time, it just really looked like an uphill battle for anyone. It is true what Cookie says, the league is coming, right? People are going to scrim more, it's going to get more competitive. But going into it, I feel like they looked the strongest. Again, it's also hard to kind of gauge because we haven't seen a lot of Amy haters, which are the closest to Fierce Fury. But I would just go with what we have seen, and what we have seen is Fierce Fury winning basically every tournament we've hosted.
That's that's fair. And you have also been seeing a decent amount of matches with them, so I'll take your word for it. I can also say that I probably believe Fierce Fury is going to definitely put up a very, very good fight. Of course, we have the situation that we never know what's actually going to happen until the end. We've had outliers that are coming in and striking through the leagues, and also situations where the unpredictable actually happens. But Fierce Fury, it's looking pretty good for them right now from the way you guys have been speaking of them. Although I have to say, I do want to say, I really want to see Windows go and break the mold, show that they can get higher up than expected. But yeah, so these are the predictions of all of you for this one. Is there anything else you want to mention about this that you maybe didn't have the opportunity to say in the time we were bringing the teams up?
Proud to place 9th SNP, my goals.
Yeah, I agree with that
I
segment.
okay, no, explain why.
I mean, they had the most qualifier experience, let's put it like that. Great team. Still a bit surprising that we don't see them here.
Yeah. All right. How about you, Cookies? Who's your number 9?
I mean, it has to be SMP. They played every single qualifying match they could. And yeah, I mean, if you look at the league, half of the teams are here because of SMP. So
And you, Slav, who do you think?
I mean, it has to be SMP. Himakot is a close second. They had, I think, 3 tries. But overall, obviously SMP. They're my goats.
All right, a little shout out to them as well. They may not be on the list, but hey, they do have a spot in your hearts. Now, all right. We don't have too much time though until the first match is beginning though, ladies and gentlemen, as we are going to be seeing Amy haters go up against I believe it is fingerless. No, Fierce Fury. No, fingerless. It is fingerless. Let's see here. But yeah, these two against each other. It's one very high ranked team against yeah, well, Amy Haters is just a high rank. It is pretty hard to argue against that. But it's going to be fun to see them go up against each other. And yeah, what's your predictions? Anything you want to say before we possibly go over there and start seeing all of this chaos go down?
Just thank you for having us, I guess. And yeah, have fun watching the next matches.
I haven't dismissed you yet. The alarm doesn't dismiss you. I dismiss you.
I hope Amy Haters doesn't betray my trust and loses the first game.
That would definitely be an interesting situation if it actually did happen. But we will be moving into the into the match soon, ladies and gentlemen. And I hope you will enjoy it. Now, thank you once again so much, Lucas, Cookies, and Slav for stopping by and having a little bit of an interview before this, a little intermission before the matches start. Do you have any final words before I take you to the back?
I guess not.
Yeah,
I guess
I
not.
guess silence speaks a thousand words. All right. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, we will be moving on to the matches very soon. And I'm Duck, and it's been a pleasure as usual. Joined here by Lucas, Cookies, and Slav. Now take it out back.
And welcome back. You guys haven't gotten rid of me just yet, because I'll also be casting the first 2 games, and I'm not going to be doing that on my own. I'll have Otsu join me. Hello.
Hello, hello. I will be joining Sloth to cast these amazing games.
Yeah, we'll have the first 2 games. That's going to be up to us. Match 3, we're going to play against each other. That's going to be a fun dynamic.
I don't even know what role I'm gonna play yet, so you gotta watch out. I might be scoring on you, I might be defending goals. So.
Might be getting dash punched off the map by you. Maybe I'm just looking at you over the map. Who knows?
Yeah, that'll be a fun time though.
For sure. But overall, I think we're looking at the first game already, right? Amy Hader's Fingerless. Interesting matchup. I would argue there is a favorite into this game, as you would have guessed as well by the previous rankings that have happened.
I imagine most people will be predicting Amy Haders to win this one, but you know, Fingerless are a strong team, so we can see what they can do.
They're definitely a strong team, right? It also just kind of goes into the area of, again, like Amy Hader's players that have been around for a long time, plenty of tournament wins, and Fingerless being a rather new team. I mean, I would be all for an upset, obviously.
Yeah, same.
it would start off the league really great already. I'm also mainly just excited to see Alex back in play. Haven't seen him in tournaments in a hot minute.
Yeah. Has been a while actually. I don't remember the last thing he played. I guess that would have been like EPL Second Strike, probably.
Yeah, EPL Second Strike, or maybe the first Bull Cup Battlegrounds. I think Amy and Jory still played that. But,
I don't remember too much. I don't know if he played or not.
It's definitely been a minute. That's for sure. In terms of game plan, do you think you'd have an idea what they might want to aim for, what they would want to go for against each other?
Well, I mean, really, it depends what awakenings we see here, but I'm expecting to see a lot of murdering. You know.
Yeah.
I hope I get to see at least one of these teams pick Luna, because she's my favorite character. And they both have a strong Luna player. We got Bingus in goal for Fingerless. Then Amy Hades has Venom Yami, you know.
Yeah.
Probably one of the best Luna players in EU.
And Alex is also no stranger to playing Luna in goal if the chance presents itself, so it's gonna be interesting. Some Luna gameplay would be fun to watch right now. Preferably on like a Deadeye start. I'm sure everyone's gonna have fun on that game.
I mean, if it's a Deadeye start, I don't even know if it'll go through. Like,
it probably won't, but there's an off chance.
Yeah, like I imagine that would be the first pick for either team if it does go through.
Yeah. Then, other than that, I'm going to be interested to see what rosters are going to be played as well. I've heard a few rumors that maybe 1 or 2 subs are going to jump in.
Yeah, I believe. Actually, we can see them down there. We got Umi, Alex, and Venom are playing. So they got Umi instead of Reko on Amy Hades. So it is not Team Germany anymore.
It's Team Germany, but a little bit French.
Yeah.
Or yeah.
But it looks like Fingerless is playing with that original roster, from what I can see. But
that would definitely be something that goes towards Fingerless's favor, though, right? Having Amy Haters be on the non-main roster could be a little bit already that little bit enough that they need to.
I know Umi has been scrumming with them quite a bit recently. But...
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, Umi's still a great player, right? Not to knock him. He's really good up front as well. Just a different player, which might have a synergy thing, but we'll see. Also, character pools I think are slightly different between Umi and Reko. They overlap a decent bit, but I think there are some differences. So interesting to see if we're gonna see those changes in the draft as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not too sure what forwards Umi plays. I know he plays Zentaro. I don't know what he plays other than that, really.
I've seen him plenty of Zentaro. He plays Rasmus as well, right? I'm pretty certain he might have also started playing stuff like the X and the Kazan, right? Get a little bit more depth in the character pool. But
so it just really looks like we do have the map bans now on stream.
Yeah.
So we got first up, we got Clarion, Taiko Temple, and then both banned. And then game 1, we're going to be seeing Demon Dies.
Oh, that's going to be a fun one. A lot of chaos already off the get-go.
Yeah, and then game 2, Atlas Lab, the best Luna map, so we might be seeing that later.
As long as we don't get like a very strong Luna awakening, I'm actually pretty confident to say that we will see a Luna in that game.
Yeah, for sure.
Then we're going towards the last map. Amy Haters
Oni
now taking
Village,
out
then.
Night Market. Yeah, Oni. Nice. So we'll have two fast-paced games. First, very kill-heavy. Second, still very kill-optimized. And if that doesn't work, we'll go into half an hour control gameplay.
Yeah.
Fun for everyone.
I mean, Oni's still a fun map. I like it a lot. It's probably one of my more favorite maps recently.
It
Like,
allows for a lot of fun picks as well.
Yeah. But that's if we even get to see it. You know, it could be a 2-0.
Yeah, obviously.
So we might not get to see the Oni gameplay. But I
We
hope
might
do.
not, but for the sake of entertainment, right? Obviously, I would love to see a game three here.
Same.
I'm gonna be interested to see. Fingerless does seem to like Demon Dice. I think if I'm thinking back at the qualification events as well, I do think Fingerless has opted to draft into Demon Dice pretty early in most of the map drafts. I do wonder if they have some kind of specific setup or plan that they've prepped going into this game already.
Yeah, I mean, I know I played a scrim game against them on Demon Dice, and Yuki played Julie, and she just farmed us. She had like 25 KOs or something.
Some good Julie farming. That was great.
Yeah. And then obviously, I think Bengus probably leaning towards like a Vice pick maybe, or a Now if it's open.
Yeah, I mean the Vice pick on Demon Dice is plenty strong, right? You're always going to be within range to do tons of damage to the enemy without necessarily having to readjust too much damage minus that character. I also think Demon Dice is fun because it allows for quite a few, maybe a little bit less seen picks if players are familiar with it, right? Obviously, there's back when Demon Dice was pretty new, everyone started only playing Rasmus Goalie. That is an option. I don't think people play it nowadays anymore.
I've never really been a big fan of the Rasmus Goalie. Like, I always disliked it, and I don't really understand why it was so popular, but...
You know, I had plenty of fun with it, personally. I think the good thing was that he just had a lot of, like, passive damage that you were outputting while doing your clears. But
well,
it looks like we're also
we have the Awakenings now. Monyu Missile Prop.
Ooh, I do think
Honestly,
it shows
pretty surprised
the
to
wrong
see
map.
that isn't a Now ban. Yeah, well, she's just going to be first picked, so...
Wait, that has
makes
to be a
sense.
first pick, yeah.
So I think it is
Now.
showing the wrong map, because that isn't even in the pool, so it is still Demon Dice.
Yeah, we are still on Demon Dice, but the now first pick coming out, Finny was the other pick I wanted to touch on before, being a funky little pick for Demon Dice, but it does look like there's zero interest in that character being on this map.
Yep, we have Vice now, the two characters we were just talking about, being first picked. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and I mean, they have good awakenings each, right? Now, Monumentalist, insanely strong. And it can also still be flexed around, right? You can put that on the goal or you can put her in midfield. Vice have a missile prop, which optimizes their damage output so much more as well, which is exactly what you want on a map like this. Wonder what the second pick with Vice is going to be, though.
Atlas.
Okay. That is interesting, because that's a pretty mixed approach in terms of team comp, right? One is just trying to hold it down, the other one's trying to go for kills.
So I'm not actually sure which team is which, so...
Yeah, I mean, I would assume that Amy Haters is blue side, because I don't see Alex play Atlas on...
yeah, I kind of agree with
that.
So I think it makes more sense for Fingerless to ban out the Finny.
Yeah. 100% as well. Then Asher Erasmus. So is that now goalie with double brawler, or is Erasmus or Asher in goal?
I mean, I don't think it'll be Asher in goal, but like I know Asher used to be a pretty popular pick on goal on this map, but maybe not so much anymore.
Yeah, I've seen some people play around with it, but I don't think enough to a point where everyone started liking it more than original picks, I'd say.
Yeah.
The X coming in as a last pick, though, does solidify the idea of they do want to play for damage, they want to play for kill.
Mhm.
They just have a hold it down in the back, so it's gonna resolve to Vice and X trying their best to just take out a man, get a character advantage, while Atlas is doing God's work in the back.
It's a little bit unfortunate though for X that he's like the only character that doesn't have a live awakening.
Yeah, I mean,
So he's gonna have to work to scale in the late game.
100%, and obviously that now and the enemy team is also gonna make it a little bit more difficult to go for those kills, right? Having heals permanently. That's gonna be interesting to see how that plays out.
Yeah. I'm still not sure about what they'll pick for goalie on the blue side.
Yeah,
Personally, I would just play now goalie, but
I would do that as well. That would mean Umi on Asher and Venom
yeah, I
on
guess Venom
Rasmus?
on Rasmus.
That seems reasonable.
Yeah, but I mean, I guess it is Alex goalie, and he was one of the players who used to play a lot of Rasmus.
Yeah,
So it could be Rasmus as well.
can see it going both ways. In before, there's like the hidden strat that we didn't know about, and Fingerless is actually playing Atlas X forward on Vice and goal.
That would go quite hard.
the two, like, arguably the two most immobile people you could play outfield.
I mean, you know, in Blob Gap with Donkers, we used to run a lot of Atlas forward on this map.
True, actually. Yeah, I don't know how Sokka does it, but he makes Atlas a kill threat consistently, and you can play in the midfield as well, obviously, right? Because Atlas midfield on this map also does a lot of area control. You just stay on one side of the map, and it doesn't go through at all, like ever, if done correctly.
I mean, yeah, we kind of moved away from that comp though, just because the immobility of Atlas was sometimes a bit too much.
Yeah, I mean, you literally have nothing. You just have to walk around, and then either you maybe get, like, you can pray, go slicks, and hope you get enough core interaction, but then the enemy just plays around you, which they should do anyways. It's your
Yeah,
Atlas.
it's like it feels good in theory, and like sometimes it can work, and then you pick it and you just don't have a fun time.
Yeah. But sometimes you gotta learn it the hard way, right?
Yeah. I mean, we definitely, when I played the Atlas forward in my team comps, yeah, we definitely, the games were a lot closer than they should have been against teams that we should not have lost.
You just played for the entertainment factor, you know?
Yeah.
That's what you were doing. Close games are never a throw or anything. It's just you just think of the spectators.
Mhm. I mean, I've also played a bit of X goalie on this map before. Goes quite hard.
Yeah, that did have its period as well. I remember randomly joining, I think it was Cookie's stream at one point as well, and he played like ex goalie eject with aerials and ended up winning.
Oh yeah, I remember that match. It was
Seemed pretty criminal, but hey, if it works, I can't say anything,
Yeah.
right? I do wonder though, or I am a little bit surprised because the Amy haters here on a map like Demon Dice, where killing is very, like, quote unquote, it's made a lot easier than on other maps, and it also gets rewarded very highly. They did opt for a comp that just aims to force a bit more, just control, make sure you don't die with an owl. You have an Asher up front that just shoves it into the goal or the barrier. And the Erasmus, if it's going to be in midfield or in goal, also just mainly focusing on getting core through the enemies more so than trying to dump damage.
It kind of reminds me of like that old comp that was meta on DD for a while, where everyone would just play era goalie with two brawler forwards.
Oh yeah, the night market comp, but on the wrong map.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think strats like that are still viable. I think it can work, but I think it's harder to play than the KO comp probably.
Yeah, most definitely, because you need to have your positioning like perfect, right?
Yeah.
While you're trying to position optimally, the enemy is most likely playing a kill comp, and then they're just gonna try to obviously KO you and to try to deny areas where you want to be in, which immediately destroys your control aspect because you can't go where you want to.
Yeah, and it's like this team does have a lot of damage, and well, now is a good character. I don't know if she can out heal a Vice and an X. I think it's annoying.
They are burning through these evades pretty well. Umi now also being on no evades. Mega finding a massive Vice ult here as well. Basically putting Alex out of commission, but he plays well around that orb. They do again have the barrier advantage and do find the goal for a 2-0 lead in the first set. In terms of gear as well, Fingerless going obviously for the very kill-oriented double siphoning, just trying to get as much damage out as possible.
Yeah, honestly, kind of surprised that Umi didn't go for like Vambrace or something here. Oh, that's a nasty KO though.
Well, they didn't feel like playing 3v3 anymore, so they opted into a
Yeah.
2v2. Alex losing a barrier, unfortunately, though. I think it's also doing a really good job.
Pressuring with his ultimate.
Yeah, Umi
Another
finding a nice
KO.
edge kill. Considering they're not the team that is looking for kills, finding some is obviously 10 times better as well. Next was a well-placed hook, but Bing is putting down the Atlas. Secondary.
Amazing defense though.
Yeah, gets just around the barrier as well. We are standing pretty even at this point in terms of barriers, both just losing one. But Fingerless is looking a bit low, and as I'm saying that, Venom almost dies. Alex playing around with the core, but not really able to get a lot of assistance from his forwards, as he's being properly surrounded as well by Yuki and the Mecha. They do find the kill. He does have a flip here, if he
I'm
needs to
probably
use
gonna
it.
try and force that out.
Okay, Oneka misses, flip sadly. But Yuki finds the corner. Well played, and a clean 3-0, I would argue, from the side of Fingerless here. I would have expected them to have to scale a lot more, but by the looks of things, the X-Vice are already doing all the work that
That's
they need them to.
Pretty scary for Amy here to say that this X is already just doing so much damage with basically 0 awakenings. He only has Monumentals, which doesn't do anything.
And it's just gonna get worse from here on out, right?
And the Vice is gonna get extra special here, I think. Yeah, that's so bad for them.
That is very, very rough. And there's not a lot in terms of survivability for the side of Amy haters here in the draft as well.
And Yuki here, opting to go for reverb to deny the health instead of just picking up more damage with 1-2 punch.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a great idea, right? Because you're playing to specifically deny the only thing that you don't want the enemy to do. Because it is the comp that Fingerless is playing is I kill you or we end up losing, essentially. So you want to deny that potential for survivability from the side of Amy haters as much as possible. But Venom finds a nice hit past Bingus here for their first goal of this game.
It's like Amy picking up a little bit.
Umi was again though just being tossed around that set. Was able to survive pretty well long enough, but again, no real evades right now, and Fingerless just
and
doing
yet again, just throwing
work.
everything at Umi. He cannot move.
Yeah, and even though Umi isn't like straight up dead, right? Him being staggered he means he's out of the play, which means Fingerless can set up for stuff like a 3v2 play, which Alex is a great goalie, but Erasmus still is going to be struggling with a man down situation.
Yeah, for sure. So he's definitely not the best defensive goalie, but he should be able to put out quite a bit of damage and help his team. A bit of an early flip there from Yuki, but
Let's find the barrier, but it sets up pretty well again for damage. Venom back to being staggered. Both their forwards essentially being dead at this point. They can't really help a lot. Never mind, Umi finds a single nade. Single push and Venom with a single nade also immediately healing up everyone. I think I'm missing that flip sadly.
I think he had to use it to survive that. Like the
yeah. Umi is getting close to flip though. If they do find this goal, that would be really good for them going into a 2-0 lead into the set. Like a good use of his ultimate there.
Yeah, he gets the like unstoppable effect from his ult, so he doesn't get KO'd by the Asher.
Umi again though, just looking to to survive
But this
essentially.
now healing so strong.
And now having picked up the prime time in the last draft as well is going to be a lot more oppressive in terms of control, right? Being able to put down two nades constantly. Me finding a nice angle past Bingus there.
Dingus did go for these stacks on stacks, so she is fast, zooming around the arena.
Yeah, she can almost take up that role, right? Of that midfield
like,
Atlas we were talking of before.
Yeah, X and the Vice don't really have to like look at the core at all. They can just go for these KOs while Dingus solos the midfield.
Yeah. And they do find them as well, that's a crucial part as well. Venom playing well though to take that barrier. Alex
Slightly
barely missing that
unfortunate
hook. Yeah. Venom is getting close to flip though. I think he is trying to farm it with these dribbles to make sure he does
gonna
get the 3-0.
He uses it. Should be in anyway.
Should be. It's a power play from the side of Aviators, but who knows? Atlas is a strong defensive force, right? And the Boneka can also assist, but I do get cut off. Nice little force being set up from Aviators to put the game into 1-1 now. Showing signs of life. Contrasts to when they're permanently being killed. But
I'm expecting to see rapid fire on Venom here. You know, he's already got the prime time. He's going to be shooting out lots of projectiles.
yeah,
He needs reptile just to survive.
It does make sense, right? The only way that Fingerless is going to be able to consistently score on them is through man advantages most of the time, outside of freak out plays, obviously. So having that survivability is going to do a lot for Venom here.
Yeah, Chrono Boost is pretty funny on Yuki here.
Yeah.
She goes for a lot of like these dash punch plays on X, which just allows her to do that even more.
Yeah, Umi is having a rough time.
Yeah.
The downside as well of playing something like Asher, right? You're also not going to be very mobile, which makes you a pretty easy target for kill comps like this. Venom also being down to 1 though. Yuki taking a surprising amount of damage. I think Alex looking for this kill and finding a nice confirm.
Yeah, not too sure this KO comp doesn't seem to be working too well for Fingerless. Like, they did all this damage to Umi, and then he just doesn't care. Like, he waits around for a second, gets healed by now, and then he's just back in the game.
Yeah, it does look like they can't really find those finishing hits. And there's a nice passing play. Umi gets it past Bingus as well to take another lead in the set. It does look like Yuki's also having a pretty rough time, mainly based off of the levels, right? Going into level 5 now, while everyone else is basically already, or semi-comfortable at 6, or close to it at the very least.
Yeah, there's just too much pressure.
Yeah. That's the downside of the kill comp here as well, right? Because it's just you're looking at essentially 3 walls walking towards you, and what can you do? Yeah, other than just try your best. Amy Headers is executing their comp extremely well though as well, right? Because keep in mind, if you have all this control, that's all good and nice, but if you can't take up that position and apply that pressure, an Atlas is going to be able to solo hold a lot of it. But they're switching around really well, they're making sure Alex also gets involved. If someone does get low, I think they're rotating them back into that goalie position as well.
That was a cute play for Alex though.
That's finding the goat angle on the hook.
Yeah.
Oh, and
unfortunate.
That is going to be the second set in favor of Amy Haters. Fingerless does need some really strong awakenings here.
Stinger is one of them, but I don't think they're going to be getting that, unfortunately.
Yeah. And also, on the contrary, Stinger on now with Monyu as well. Gonna be permanently applying the light one to basically everyone.
Yeah, they might even end up dying more themselves. Like,
yeah. Because again, the force from the side of Amy Haters is really good for control reasons, but it also does a lot of passive damage by just playing on core. All of their abilities are AoE and will just hit the enemy as well if they're going for it.
Yeah, and I mean, Asha is like basically a mini Juliet. Sometimes she just KOs without like expecting it at all.
Yeah. You just think less of Asher as that edge KO character, right? So a lot of people will just forget about it and be a little bit too close to the edge. But it also does look... It's also a bit difficult for Fingerless, because if you do end up going for a kill comp, or a kill angle, who are you really targeting, right? You can't really go on Alex, he's the goalie, he has pauldrons, there's not much of a point to it. Venom now has sustainability with Reptile, and Umi just can't seem to die. Matter of fact, finds kills himself.
Yeah. And of course you got the Asha, like, spacebar ability, which sort of prevents him from taking as much knockback.
Yeah. Going for the knockoff unstoppable on Asher always helps.
Yeah.
But Fingerless doing well now. They are consistently being able to put Umi into that staggered range and get that man advantage play, but as you've mentioned before, they just can't seem to finish it.
Yeah, it's
And
like even when
now-
he's staggered, he's kind of just chilling.
Yeah, he's just kind of walking around the middle. Yuki maybe not having all the abilities to end up for that finishing hit, and Alex
And
going
she ends up
fishing.
getting hooked into the net.
The power play here for Amy Haters should end up being the first goal of this set.
Yeah, looks like Fingless really haven't been able to get a goal in quite a while here. I think they've had 7 unanswered goals at this point.
Hmm.
So hopefully they're gonna need to make a comeback pretty soon if they want to make one at all.
Yeah, the issue is, as you've mentioned before as well, though, that Amy Hater's comp is now also slowly turning into a KO comp, right? Just about a few seconds ago, you saw low HP bars on the entire enemy team, or entirety of Fingerless. Now on Echo, no evades, half HP. It's difficult for them to execute it. Because if they're now also being matched in kill pressure, all they have left is worse core control. And then what are you going to be playing for?
Just kind of gotta get these lucky angles sometimes.
Yeah. This part of the game, they are looking to kill Umi here before he can make use of that flip. Are they going to be able to find it though? No, instead they take out Venom, being a little bit too comfortable with the wall there. Finding a
Nice goal
goal.
from Yuki.
Finally breaking that unanswered streak as well now. This is going to be great for their momentum, right?
Yeah, and Bingus full on stacks, full on orbs.
Alright, yeah. I think we should be back. And with us coming back, Amy Hater's taking a nice little man advantage as well here.
It's
Amy,
looking
are you-
completely close to the end here for Fingerless.
They
If
are
they can't
fighting
win
though,
this-
and they
the
find
net is
barrier
open.
crucial. If Fingerless is able to find this goal, we are going to a set 5, but
Oh, but no, Umi just gets it in.
Asher does Asher stuff. And now Amy Hater's going up 1-0 in the series. Putting Fingerless into a difficult situation for sure going into Atlas's lab.
Yeah, we're gonna have to rethink these team comps maybe.
Yeah. There's always a bit of a thing when you do go for a kill comp. That's maybe a little bit more of a personal opinion, but when you end up going for a kill comp, I always find it difficult to execute those if the goalie sat on something like an
Yeah.
Atlas, where you can't
that
really
can be hard.
contribute at all to what your team's wanting to do.
Yeah, I mean, Bingus, she still had 25,000 damage on the Atlas, but
True, actually, almost matching X. Never mind. I'm just
Yeah,
gabbing.
it's just the I guess it's more going into the now. I really don't know why they left that open if they weren't first pick with Monu. Feels
Yeah.
kind of dangerous to just give the enemy team now.
Yeah, I think they probably just were so giga aware of the Finny
Yeah, that's fair.
that they just kind of had an oversight of now. Or it could have been that they opted for trades as well, right? Because if believing now open, you get to confirm the Vice and Brawler first pick
I
that you want.
suppose if you do ban the now, then the enemy team probably does just get the Vice first, and then you're playing against Vice and Finny, and you're just not surviving that.
Yeah.
But
Difficult situation of the Gecko. For sure.
yeah. I mean, maybe it would even be worth it to just pick a more damage-based goalie and go all in on it, but I'm really not too sure.
Yeah. But either way, Amy Haters did show why they are perceived to be at the top of the league as of right now. They had a pretty good showing. Fingerless having a strong set 1, but afterwards just not really being able to pick it up any further, fortunately. But that was game 1. Amy Haters going for the first for the 1-0 in the series. And now we're going into an AtLab game.
Mm-hmm.
What do we think? Do we think I really want to see the Luna pick?
Yeah, I want to see Luna from. Like, we've got 3 people who can probably pick Luna here. One of them's got to do it, right?
It's half the match can play Luna here, right?
Yeah,
So
like,
surely,
sure, and it's her best map. She's a pretty good character.
yeah.
Not the best, but you know, she's viable.
It would be great to see it, but
Yeah.
it's gonna depend on Awakenings, right? As mentioned before, if there is a Deadeye start, I don't think our hopes are too high that that's gonna go
Yeah,
through.
it might just be banned if that happens.
Then again, we also thought Now was gonna get banned, so
True.
who knows? Well, we're yet to see going into the Atlas game. But Fingerless, if they're opting to win this game, setting themselves up for a long day now, being able to go into a game 3 on Oni Village.
Yeah.
Some other power picks for AtLab that I'm going to be interested to look into is Vice. I do think Vice still is really good, right?
Vice
Good
is
damage
definitely
output.
strong on this map. I mean, also we got Centauro if he is left open.
Yes, 100%. I'd borderline expect Centauro to be the ban if there's no like
Yeah, same.
really good awakenings, because he's just on a base level so good.
I mean, even in that last game, there was no awakenings for him that he can even choose, and it still gets banned.
Yeah.
Like,
unless you really highly value like the passive slash.
Oh yeah, the
made
range.
longer with missile prop, but I doubt that's gonna come into play for most people.
It's like a tiny damage boost, maybe like a 2% boost.
Yeah. It's gonna be fun to watch for sure. But these awakenings are gonna be make or break it, I feel like, for the side of Fingerless as well. I do wonder which side, which team it's gonna be on. If there is a strong awakening, you definitely want to be on blue side. If they're all kind of average,
Yeah, that
I'd argue
first pick can be pretty important sometimes.
Yeah.
Like if it's an explosive entrance start, for example, like you want to have that first pick.
You definitely want to first pick in that
Like,
situation.
even if the Zen does get banned, then you get like Aimee, you can get whatever.
You get Aimee, you can lock in a
strong.
Vice early if you want to. There's just so much power in those situations, right? Because you essentially can predict the enemy ban as well. If there's a really good awakening and they're not ending up banning it, then you know what you're going to deal with. But we shall see. As for forwards outside of Zentaro, any other picks that we are eyeing? I've seen people play Rasmus on the map.
Yeah, I think
a lot, but I'm not
Rasmus
sure
is
if I'm a
pretty
fan.
decent on this. I think Umi plays a bit of Rasmus, like he's not bad at it. And Yuki, yeah, I'm expecting to see her on Juliet, really. If she doesn't get to play the Centauro.
Going for another 25 KO game.
Yeah.
I do wonder what Umi would opt into if Fingerless is going into maybe a little bit more of a forward targeted ban strategy, right? Take out the Centauro, pick away like the Rasmus, and put Asher in goal. I doubt it's going to happen, but
Yeah. Even then, you just have Juliet open still, so
True. Yeah,
I think
there are
there's like
options.
too many forward characters to just pick all of them or whatever.
Yeah. I mean, you can pick all of them, but maybe you just don't have that great of a team comp afterwards. So.
Yeah, I mean, there's what, 5 forward characters? If both of them get banned and then you pick all 3.
Yeah, it can get a bit dicey, but at worst, it's just gonna be, oh, it's just suboptimal, but I'll make it work. I do wonder if we're also gonna see a pick like a Juno here. I'm not sure if Oneka plays Juno. I know Venom does. Juno on Atlab also being
Juno
enough of a
is a
threat, in my opinion.
good pick.
Just due to a lot of passive damage and core control combined in one character. But also, really, like, there's hidden strength to Juno, which is mental booming the enemy goalie.
Unstoppable and cast the last.
Okay, that is interesting. Do either of these teams play stuff like Era Julie, Era X? Fingerless plays it for sure, right?
Yeah, they definitely would. Oh, okay. Apparently I've been lied to. It is rapid fire, not unstoppable.
Rapid fire, okay.
That changes a lot, actually. That does
That
change
changes a lot. A lot.
Yeah, because under unstoppable, I would probably not expect to see a character like Luna or Estelle, but now that it's rapid fire instead.
Now that it's
Luna and
rapid
Estelle are
fire,
looking really strong.
Luna, Estelle, Vice immediately shot up in value.
Yeah, and Zentaro's also really strong, just being able to spam out these primaries,
Yeah.
getting so much damage.
Originally, I was thinking if there's any like cast the last funnies with an Era Julie, Era X, but I think at this point with a rapid fire, I don't think you can really opt into
Yeah,
that.
I think you just go full rapid fire. I'm not expecting to see many people take cast the last at all here.
Yeah, and also because rapid fire is just such a good awakening, right? Every character can get something from it. I don't think there's a single character that's upset if they need to take rapid fire.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I guess Drek would be one of the weaker ones, but even then, it's just strong.
Yeah. But we do have Fingerless be the blue side in this game. So they are able to
they do get the first pick.
They opt for
Amy and
Amy.
Kai bans.
Okay, they do look to target out the goalies here. The Amy ban I can get very much on board with. Alex loves it playing Amy on a map like this. Yeah, I do wonder what the idea behind the Kai ban is here, because I'm not familiar with Oneka playing Kai in the midfield, and even then, with the rapid fire start, you're looking to play kill. And Kai being as squishy as he is right now, it's a bit difficult.
We do get to see Luna.
There it is.
We're saved.
And that's going either on Venom or Alex.
Yeah, I believe so.
Do you have a gut feeling? Well, we know now because they locked in the Juno with it. So
yeah, that should be Alex on Luna then.
Yeah. Great. Oh, we'll see some great dashes here. I'm already excited. It's gonna be fun. Interestingly enough, though, Vice is still open. The Vice Zen pairing can still be played for the side of Fingerless.
Yeah, they go for the Estelle.
Estelle, also not bad.
Yeah, obviously. It's pretty strong into Luna. Like, she can't defend too well against these stuffing combos.
Yeah, the only thing she has is like well-timed strike, or maybe
using
all of your abilities at the same time.
Like, she can definitely still defend well. It's just a bit harder sometimes.
Definitely harder than if you just lock in like an Atlas and just put down a wall.
Yeah, Estelle now. Well, so it's gonna be a now goalie probably.
Now goalie.
I'm not really a fan of that, to be honest.
Yeah, I can imagine it'd be pretty difficult to play now into a Juno here. And also you're not really looking to...
Like, you don't really need the healing too much, I think. I mean, maybe now.
Maybe now.
Pick, but...
Yeah, maybe now you need it.
Yeah. Even then, I'm not a fan of now goalie, especially on this map.
Now goalie I feel like now goalie is good on very select maps. Or obviously, outside of like the Monu starts. I think she's good on very select few maps.
She's good on like DD, but
yeah, DD. I don't even I kind of like her on Gates as well. Not
she can be played on Gates.
But for Atlas,
I'm not a fan of her on this map at all.
Yeah, it is a bit rough to execute, but who knows? Maybe Bingus is Maybe Bingus is cooking something that we're not aware of.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen her play it. It's pretty good, but
Bingus is probably just upset that she didn't get to play Luna.
that's true. Nah, if this was me, I would just first pick it. Who cares if they get Zen?
Who cares? Who
You
cares?
get
I
to
can
play
pick
Luna.
like Zen Vice or Zen Estelle or something.
Yeah, it's
Give me
like they get
Luna.
the best comp in the game. Who cares? I get to fly.
I can put down nukes on enemy because it's funny.
Exactly.
Right. In terms of team comp, though, it is pretty even, I would say. One team is a little bit more controlled control, and the other controlled
I
kill.
mean, personally,
Yeah,
I'm more
one-
favored towards the red side here. I think a much better comp, but
Hmm.
I don't know. We'll see what Fingerless can cook up.
For sure. I think that if there is if I had to make a prediction prior to the game, if there is a big difference maker, I would say it's just Juno being Juno on a map like this
Yeah.
against an Estelle now defensive line.
Yeah, now is really... She cannot defend too well against the Juno.
Yeah. I still am curious about the idea behind the idea of the Kai ban from the side of Amy haters, though. Probably just opting to put Bingus out of comfort, maybe.
Yeah, I mean... I guess you don't really like playing against Kai when you're picking Luna. Because
Yeah.
you don't really have any tools that can deal with Barrage. If he just plays Eject, he runs at you. Every time that's going to be a goal. Like,
True.
almost every time.
And if you're also never opting to pick it out yourself, you might as well take it out, right? So.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so we will be going into the game 2 here now on Atlas's Lab. Amy haters leading this match currently 1-0. If they do get this game on their own map pick, they will be taking home the series as a 2-0. And as expected, everyone on Rapid Fire.
And nearly everyone on Siphoning one, apart from Oneka,
Yeah.
gets the slick.
Mecca looking for a little bit more mobility on this side. But Umi is down to already 1 HP, being able to heal it up a little bit though. Yuki finding a nice little push through Alex there though, showing why Luna can struggle a bit at times. I think it's being a bit too far outwards here though, getting punished by a well-placed strike from Umi. Yuki is...
You see this damage from Amy haters. It's coming in quite a lot.
A lot of the damage as well has just kind of been passive. I think a lot of the damage that Oneka had to suffer at that point were just Juno being Juno with her lobs.
Yeah.
Alex.
Amazing dash. Yeah.
That's what we wanted to see Luna for here.
Yeah.
And the classic Dubu emote. We love it. Yuki is getting close to flip though. I do wonder if now Umi is gonna opt to try to put some damage onto that Centauro. But they do find their way past now here.
Yeah, like you can already see, like, Juno just drops her ultimate in front of her now, and this really doesn't have many tools to deal with it. Like, she doesn't have any long-lasting creations. She just has singular hits, and the blob is a lot more than one hit. So
yeah. Even though I wouldn't be opposed to it if it would just be one hit. It would make my games usually more fun. Bingus here going forward with the ult though, using it like an eject to find a nice flip to take the barrier.
but Alex
answering it. Immediately.
flying past.
Well that. So far 100% goal rate on Alex. Could almost say he's forward.
He might be going for the perfect streak.
Nice beam from Oneka here. Yuki does need to be careful again though. No evades on her. Also flip advantage. Oof.
How did I wasn't even watching over there. Did Alex just solo kill though?
Yeah, pretty much. Yuki was around half HP, tried to go for the goalie orb, and Alex was just awake enough, able to find the rocket dash. Really well played. Now, Fingerless does try to go for the kill on Oneka, the kill on Venom here, as he does have flip, but they don't quite find it. Oneka down to no evades again. These evades from the side of Fingerless are being burned fast, and again, it's not even through an insane amount of ability usage for playing up damage. A lot of it just being a little bit more coincidental as well, and unfortunately, Bingus not able to find that strike. confident 1-0 from the side of Amy haters on their pick on map pick here. Oh,
and
there's
the hot shot immediately.
that is so crushing.
bad. Yeah.
And there's an extra special and a prime time as well. So Luna either gets rapid prime or gets.
I think you
second
just take the
star.
prime time here, to be honest. To get that.
Yeah,
Like, I don't know. I don't think you can survive the prime time.
probably can't. Monu being up. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I guess that makes sense. You don't want Monu on the now like ever.
I guess prime time's weak. No one wants it.
Yeah, prime time needs buff maybe.
Yeah, maybe. I think you probably should just go prime on the now or even the Kazan, like one of those two.
Yeah, because there's just so much value being found in primetime rapid fire, right? You have your primary within like milliseconds, it feels like. Yuki being staggered now with Flip though, trying to make use of that. Doesn't quite find it. Killed. And it is getting a bit low, but with Yuki being dead, there's not a lot of kill threat that is going to be sent their way, and it's really good aggression. Alex going into stagger Bingus so they can't strike. Venom consistently holding the core well there. You can definitely see that that Amy Haters does have a little bit more, I would say maybe a little bit easier to time executing their comp, and they're just also being really good on their picks.
Yeah, I mean, it is so hard to deal with all this damage, and it's like, and the core control, they just have everything going for them, really.
Yeah, not to mention that we already had concerns with now against the Juno before Hotshot.
Yeah, now it's a lot worse.
Now it's getting to a point where you could even argue that maybe you need to start perma-double goaling, because that is going to be rough.
Yeah. I mean, we can already see Oneka kind of taking up a bit more of a goalie role.
Yeah. Playing a lot with the stell range he has available to him. Ruby finding it through Bingus here, and again, the now being the one hit doesn't really do a lot against a Kazan Umbrella that can just hold the core for him. Also, a huge energy advantage from the side of Amy Haters.
I mean, they're just not having to evade at all, plus his fingerless, which are just sort of permanently pressured.
Yeah. It's rough for Fingerless to find kills here as well, right? Because your Estelle is gonna have to take up a little bit more of a controlling position. So you're kind of relying on Zentaro, but if Zentaro does damage, he can't finish. But who can finish is Umi with that flip, getting it past Mecha and Bingus quite nicely here. Taking a 2-0 lead. Fingerless, I think, still looking for their first goal.
Yeah, and the Stinger here.
Oh, well.
do you take that on the Kazan? Or do you just go heavy impact?
I would say you'd probably go heavy. Just for the pure value. Then you can also... I'm curious if you're going to try to greet the Deadeye on Luna. They were trying it, but now... And Bingus being aware of it, denying it. And now they're just going to take away the recovery zone, survivability options.
I think that's a pretty good draft from Amy Haters.
Yeah. It's just well optimized, right? And again, it's a very unfortunate draft from the side of Fingerless as well. Because they were essentially forced to deny 2 awakenings.
Yeah, and even now they've denied those awakenings. The damage is still just too strong.
Yeah. And again here, they're just pushing it into the corner, and you can see it on Yuki. She's just continuously taking damage, not by being targeted, but by just trying to...
by forcing the core.
Yeah. They are looking for the kill on Yuki here now. He does have flips, so they want to deny that as much as possible. And Eka also being careful, though not get too close to the edge there. Just well-positioned strikes all around, though.
They just have so many abilities, just constantly barrage the core with.
Yeah. So difficult to play from the side of Fingerless. And also, just they do seem to be having like a bit of having to deal with basically a bit of everything, right?
Yeah, like you look at that, like Yuki, she was on half health, she gets healed instantly half again.
Yeah, it's
just so much damage.
But Aviator's obviously playing it really well as well, right? They do continuously find those clears and those passes through the positioning of Fingerless. Alex going for that nice barrier there. Not quite able to find the barrier there. Not able to set up the abilities well enough to find its way through to the barrier for the side of Fingerless. And now, again, Aviators
Oh, that's
putting on Echo
unfortunate.
down to 1 HP again. But
Yeah.
just
It's
goes
like
on doing his
Yuki's
own
sort of given up on the rest of the game. She's just trying to sit on Alex, get some damage in.
Yeah. Well, the question is, what do you really play for at this point, right?
And I guess
'Cause
that
it
is
is
probably the best way to win it, but
It's gonna be difficult.
kind of feels desperate.
Yeah, I mean they're in a downwards position, right? If you look at levels as well, right? We're looking at 5-4-4 against
Yeah.
what was Alex? 7-7-6. So you do need to kind of look for maybe a miracle play, or maybe what also happens a lot on XP is if you're down a level or two and you do find a kill, suddenly you're even again. So I think that might have been the angle as well that Yuki is gonna go for here. If she does find a kill, she can catch up pretty fast. But
Yeah, but it's
match
like there's
point.
not going to be enough time to catch up. Already these barriers are down. 2 flips on the side of the enemy hitters.
Yeah, and they do find the barrier. Yuki does
Yeah.
have flip, doesn't quite get it for the core though. She is looking to try to kill that. Ooh,
Oh, nice save
Nice
from Wineka though.
defense.
Holy.
really well played. Are they going to be able to find this goal though? They do really need it. Otherwise, this match is done already. But a well-placed ult
Juno
was-
just stopping the flip entirely.
Oh, and Onek got down to essentially dead. Nice defense again, though. But it's just so rough for Fingerless to get the core up front into any kind of lethal situation.
Yeah.
Ooh, Venom
Doing
missing his
the
flip.
Could be an opportunity here.
Yeah. No real flips now from the side of Amy hitters. Allows a little bit more offensive play now. But yeah,
Yeah, but just too many abilities. The Juno.
there's too much being
Also-
tossed at.
It's just-
Yeah,
It is what it is.
true.
Oh, stream crashed.
Yeah.
Rip.
Oh, good.
Oh.
Happens.
Hello.
Alright. That should be the first game done, the first series.
Yeah.
Really confident showing. I'm gonna be this just gets me more excited for the eventual matchups that Amy Haters is gonna run into as well, right?
Yeah, like
Especially that
some-
Fierce Fury game is gonna be
That's gonna be exciting. I'm not sure what week that is set up to be. Let me check real quick.
I believe that is the last game of the last week. So
Oh yeah, that is just the final game.
in an
pretty hype.
optimal world, that is the decider for
Yeah,
who
that
gets
is pretty hype.
to win the first position in groups. But sadly, that's still a few weeks off.
Yeah.
So, but overall, entertaining games. Fingerless did have a rough time, but overall, still had some good showings. And again, you're going up against Amy haters. Just really difficult to play. This might just be a trend throughout most of the weeks that games like these might just be a bit rough to execute. But that was the first game. We are still going to be here for a second match, though, of course.
This is the next game. Who we got? Tell us about
That
himself.
is KLB Windows.
Ooh, KLB, obviously, pretty OG team in the
Yeah.
EU Omega Strikers scene. They were like, I guess back in beta, they were pretty dominant for a while.
Yeah, arguably one of the only one or one of two teams that was really able to contest the Amy Enjoyer's dominance that we had at times as well.
Yeah,
Then obviously stuff happened. They haven't been as active anymore. Been coming back now for this league though. They did play in the EPL as well. I think.
no, I don't think.
Oh no, wait, no, they
no,
didn't.
they didn't. They played in They played EPL Season 1, but not the second strike recently.
Yeah. I think I got them mixed up
Yeah,
with.
you know, Balu, old man. He's coming out of retirement.
Having to figure out how a computer works again or something,
Yeah,
you know.
yeah. It's pretty fun to get to watch him again.
No, it's gonna be great. I'm also curious to see how well Windows does, right? Because Windows
Yeah.
coming into this into the league, they
Pretty rookie
don't really
team.
have anything to lose, right?
Yeah, I
They-
mean, earlier they got voted pretty much by everyone as 8th place, all three
Yeah.
people.
So they have nothing to lose and plenty to prove.
Yeah.
To make and having an opening game against KLB against an old guard team like that and showing a good performance as well would be perfect for them, obviously.
Mhm.
I'm interested though what they're gonna be opting for, and again, I'm interested to see who we're gonna see play as well on both sides.
It looks like KLB is playing with a sub, so they have Layfire instead of Kekla goalie, but
Okay,
I
so
mean, they're pretty similar players if you think about it. They both ran out of goal and some goals occasionally.
yeah, but both love playing Vice as well, right? And
Yeah.
having a good time on it. Windows, I'm also not sure. I do think Nerath cannot play the
Yeah,
first
it's
league.
Nitron, Wood, and Grum, it looks like.
Okay. Yeah, that is
Because
interesting.
I believe Nerf, his account may have got banned, so he's unable to play for a week or two.
There has been rumors,
Yeah, perhaps.
but I'm gonna be interested to see that matchup.
Mhm.
Again, mainly also just because even with Lay instead of Kekla, Lay also being like a player that has played for a long time, going into that old guard, having really good tournament performances at times with TSL when they were still playing.
Yeah.
So interesting. It's a narrative wise and also an interesting matchup because it's kind of like the new kids on the block versus the veterans that have been around for a while.
Mhm. Personally, my money is on the veterans, but we'll see what happens.
I would opt for it as well, but I do think it's gonna be a bit closer than people will expect.
Yeah, for sure.
Because Windows does have a lot of good, like their players are good. The question is, how are they going to be able to execute it well enough against a team like KLB or not?
Mhm. I mean, personally, I'm hoping to see Lamacraft on the Octavia at some point. That would be fun.
Yeah, the question for that is,
It
is
would
gonna
be fun.
It would be very fun, but there's looking at the map pool, I think we have like one viable
I
map.
mean, we have Oni, we have Night Market, do we? I don't know if we have Night Market or not.
We have
actually.
Night Market, yeah.
Yeah, we have Night Market, we have Oni. There's maps for it, for sure.
It's playable enough then. All right. I mean, we can always hope. We can always hope.
I'm hoping.
I mean, we've hoped for the Luna pick and we saw it, right? So surely, going off of that logic, we should also see a Octavia pick here, right? We're 100% success rate with our hoping, so.
Yeah. Any other picks people want in chat? Let us know. We can maybe make it happen.
Yeah, maybe we can just cast or curse it just well enough.
Yeah, I mean, I'm also hoping for a Dubu, but I mean, maybe that one's a bit less likely.
Yeah, a Dubu pick on Wood would be great, just because, right,
Oh, yeah.
that is his pick as well.
I forgot Wood is a big Dubu player.
Yeah, but there is just the slight issue of Dubu just really not being a great goalie right now, unfortunately.
Yeah. I mean, who knows? I might try him out against you later.
No. Hey, you can do that. I don't mind.
I don't know. We'll see.
Definitely gonna be a fun game, though.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's cool to see Balu back on the forward again though, because for a while he swapped to goalie. He's always been role swapping.
Yeah, he's been swapping around, finding his groove, but for the big tournaments, he does find his way back into that forward position to show why he is was one of the best, right?
Yeah, he's probably a top 3 all time when it comes to EU in the forward position.
I remember watching tournaments. I remember watching EPL Season 1 where I was like peeking in plat and just looking at stuff like KLB, Amy and George at the time, TSL, all of them playing. Thinking to myself, damn, they're kind of good, hey?
Yeah.
They kind of know what they're doing.
I wasn't the best back then either, but
Yeah. But obviously, hey, we're both here now, right? So basically,
yeah,
we're the go.
true.
Has to be.
I still don't know what role I'm playing today, so
Hey, I mean, it will probably be beneficial to you if you don't tell me either.
yeah, I mean, we'll find out in draft.
Yeah. Once I see certain picks like the Clarion matches, I think I have an idea of what's happening.
Yeah, maybe.
All right. But I think we should be going into the map draft soonish.
What maps we hoping to see here, though?
I mean, personally, I would just like to see different maps than what we've seen so far.
Yeah, true.
Just for variety's sake, really.
I wouldn't mind a Clarion Corp. That could be fun.
Clarion could be fun. It also allows for a few funky picks, right?
I mean, I'm not a massive fan of playing on it, but watching it, it's pretty fun.
Playing on it is, especially the bouncy one.
Yeah, it's an interesting experience for sure.
Yeah.
My least favorite out of all of them is definitely the one with just like the goo that damages you. Like,
Yeah. Although that is very beneficial if you are looking for something like a KO company to just jail people because it's funny.
yeah. And Night Market could be pretty cool as well.
Could be fun. It is a bit interesting. Night Market overall has been getting a lot more interesting for me as a map conceptually as well.
Yeah, especially now we've sort of moved away from the mirror comp where you have to play this one comp.
The snake draft being introduced allowed for a lot more creativity in that map, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Issue being that previously, if Era was open, you just played Era goalie with a Julie X up front, or maybe another brawler if you preferred it.
Yeah, it felt pretty unstoppable for a while.
Yeah, it's so much force that came through it as well, but Snake Draft quickly making work of it, and nowadays it's basically impossible to find that comp. And other than that, an Obscura game could always be a bit fun.
Nah, that's the first one gone, unfortunately.
Well, I shouldn't have talked.
I mean...
Caravan, it does make sense, right?
It's the Atlas ban, so at least we're not seeing that one again. We will get a unique map.
At least one of them. Unless they... Well,
no, it's impossible. I mean, because we didn't see Oni.
Yeah, I thought about it.
Yeah.
I do wonder what Windows is gonna look for a first pick here, though.
Oh yeah, I'm really not too sure what they like playing. Oh, they do go for the Oni.
Oni, okay.
Yeah, we're just continuing last. And KLV also picks Oni. You can't do that.
Huh? Wait.
Hello?
Wait, what happened there?
Double Oni. That's not allowed.
I think we have to double check that really quick. What happened there?
Yeah. Can we get the Oni village copy pasta?
Surely, wait. We can go Oni into Oni, Decider Oni. Thoughts?
That would
we'll
go
be
hard.
Here for like 2 hours.
Can we get like the Oni cup?
The Oni cup, no. Well, what I was about to say is, with Oni being picked from the side of Windows, it does make sense to me, right? Because they do have Grim,
the strongest Estelle player.
A very good Estelle player, so something like Oni is gonna definitely benefit him. But maybe it was a handshake. Who knows? Maybe KLB said, you know what, that's fine.
Like, yo, run it. Triple Oni goes hard. Last map, Night Market. We don't get the triple. We don't get the triple.
Okay, so can we, by process of elimination, figure out what the other map was? Tycho, right?
Oh yeah, Tycho. Yeah.
So I'm just gonna go out on a limb.
Assuming map 2 is Tycho.
Assume map 2 is Tycho. But we'll start off with an Oni game, so that's already great.
Yep. A lot of speed boosts in this map pool.
Yeah.
We got the Night Market speed, we got the Oni speed. I guess the drums, they can count as a speed boost sometimes.
Yeah, it's just very fast-paced maps overall. I do find it funny, though, because we kind of have, like, all... we have kind of, like, all kind of variants, right? again, we're assuming it's Tycho. We might be
Oh,
very wrong.
okay. Update. Balu picked Oni for fun, and it worked. So they're restarting the draft.
Okay, makes sense. But up until
So
the
it
first
was
Oni
actually double Oni. It was double Oni.
pick, they. It would have been very fun. But I assume we're restarting draft then to the point of the first Oni pick, and then see what KLB will opt for the second map pick.
Yeah, I assume they're not allowed to change the rest of it, but
Before we get another double only. Maybe Fate
would
wants
go
it to
hard.
be, you know?
yeah, I mean, I'm down.
It would
If
be
you do
rather.
double Oni, but you're not allowed to pick characters from the first game, that'd be fun.
Oh, Fearless draft in OS? I'm sure that's
Yeah.
never been controversial. Tycho, yeah, that's what we assumed. So they are opting into DD bands after the Tycho pick.
Yeah, so it probably will just end up being the same as before, but with the
Yeah.
Tycho instead of the Oni.
It could be that now that they know for certain that the Tycho is the second map, that Windows is going to opt into the Clarion over the night markets, but I wouldn't
Yeah, I
imagine.
Not too sure.
I just like that if we are looking, we are looking at only Tycho and night market again. I do like that the pace, they're all fast-paced maps, but they all have varying success rates of playing different comps, right? Only being very control-heavy. Tycho, you can play a lot of kill as well. Control's not bad, but you
Yeah,
can...
Tycho's like a surprising amount of KO going on.
Yeah, especially because it's so chaotic all the time, right? So you can
I
easily...
suppose
catch
it's
people
because of the way the corners are set up. Like, you can't really go for these goals without just forcing it through. So a lot of damage will end up happening just for no reason, really.
Yeah, just passively. Similar to the Team Cup Aviators played on Demon Dice, right?
Yeah,
just,
for sure.
It's going to happen. It's not going to be a goal. It's just going to happen. And then, lastly, if we do go into a Game 3 night markets, I mean, I think just both are possible at that point.
Yeah, I mean, you can play anything on night market at this point, I think.
Yeah.
Isn't really like a set comp at the moment.
Yeah, there are some preferences in high prio picks that can happen, but we can have a look at those once we get
stuff like now. Era is still pretty strong though.
Yeah, just speed buffs, right?
Yeah. No, like Julie X, Zen, I'd say they're all around the same level on night market.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say there's like one standout forward character.
Yeah, I am interested though to see for Oni Village. What the pick prios are going to be. KLB does look like they have elected red side to be playing on, so
I'm expecting a lot of like priority onto the Estelle here.
100%, especially because Windows is first pick. If Estelle doesn't get banned, I am expecting that to be picked.
Maybe they just go for the Kai and hope that the Estelle doesn't get taken from
them. Could be. I mean, it is a handshake trade, right? If you leave Estelle open, then KLB answers with like Kai and the forward prior or something.
I guess they do have Leifile, so.
True. I keep on forgetting
he's looking at Kai era, I would say.
Yeah, 100%.
I don't know if he has a third pick outside of those two there.
Well, the question is, what else is even good on Oni outside of that?
I mean, I guess there's Atlas, but
yeah, it's holding down.
You have Team Player and Orb Dancer.
Yeah. On the topic of the game being fast, here we have a speed buff and a passing buff, so this one's going to be very fun. Assuming that is the correct draft. Low-key, I'm kind of hoping it's not.
It looks like it is.
It is. Unlucky.
Okay, long day.
Long day. But, gonna see what the priorities are going to be.
Right. We got the Aimi as well, but I'm not a fan.
Yeah, also not really a huge fan of it.
Yeah, we do go for the Juno ban and the Estelle ban. Okay. So, looks like Windows is the blue side then, since red side banned the Estelle.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe just go for the Kai.
Yeah, I do wonder what the trade-off pick here is from the side of KLB. I think they're probably going to go
Era Zen maybe, or Rasmus. Yeah.
I would expect them to
Rasmus,
but you never know.
Yeah, Balu does play a lot of Rasmus. So.
Yeah, and I think on Oni it's also just a really good character as well, right? With the outplay potential, characters that can control the core.
It is the Zen. Yeah, Zen era, like I said.
Okay. Did not expect that, but
Uh,
it's
I
still
mean,
a good
I
take.
guess they know that. Oh wait, I'm stupid.
Wait, no, that's Grim on Rune then, surely.
No, it's Llama's an amazing rune player.
Isn't I thought?
Wait, this
Rune-
is so confusing.
Yeah, because Llama's going Octavia.
Yeah, like Llama's a rune player, but he's also the Octavia player.
Yeah, because I know a secondary pick from Grim is the Rune pick. So this is
yeah,
an
I guess
interesting
it's
matchup.
Grim, Rune, Nerf, Rasmus.
Well, Nitron Rasmus.
Yeah, that makes sense. Oh yeah, Nerf isn't playing. No bad.
Yeah, but that is some interesting.
Well, yet again, the prediction came true. We got the Octavia game.
We can will it into existence, 100% all the
Yeah.
time. It's gonna be interesting. I wonder how well Windows' team comp can deal with Octavia just running around on steroids.
Yeah,
Keep in mind,
I mean-
Octavia is gonna be able to take up orbs as well if she wishes to.
Honestly, I think this is not one of the best Octavia maps, especially with team player. You might just not be able to get enough speed to build up.
Yeah.
Like the core can just get hit around you, and then Rune into Octavia is a really annoying
Oh, you're
matchup.
right. You
Because you just get banished.
Yeah. True, actually. Maybe even an accidental counter pick on their own there. But
Yeah.
that still requires Rune to hit it, right? If
Mhm.
Octavia's running around at the speed of light, then less of an
I
issue.
mean, I've had enough games in ranked where like you go up against the Rune, they get extra special, they just stalk you the whole game. Like, what can you do?
Stand on top of you. Make
Yeah.
sure you don't get to play.
But I mean,
Yeah. Well-
you would imagine Octavia is pretty good on this map though, because it's not a KO
Mm.
map, and she doesn't like those. So
100%, yeah. Out of the map pool, right? Only villain that is part of the EUSL. As a reminder, we have Atlab, Clarion, Demon Dice, Gates, Night Market, Oni, and Tycho. I'd argue out of this map pool, Oni is probably the best map available to Octavia.
I mean, personally, I
Huh?
think Night Market is the best, but because I think the middle speed boost helps her so much.
True. I mean, you would know more, obviously.
yeah.
haven't played Octavia. I think like
Quite
ever.
the Octavia spammer.
Yeah, quite the enjoyer. If I was a forward, I'd probably play a lot of Octavia as well. It does
I mean,
sound like
she's just fun.
fun. Yeah. But we will see how that's going to end up playing out. I'm also curious to see how well Lei is going to be able to do on the era in goal. Simply just because it's not the easiest pick to execute.
I mean,
would
hey,
argue.
Leia's been playing Aragoli longer than you've been playing the game, probably. I imagine.
100%. 100%. I'm confident he's
He
good.
has been playing Aragoli since beta. I know he knows this pick better than anyone else, I would imagine.
I remember plenty of picks of him playing Era goalie before on night markets, before the comp was like insanely good, and just on goaling with the middle thing all the time. I know him.
Like,
But,
Lei is the Aragoli player, if anyone is gonna pick it, but
hmm,
I think he has what it takes to make it work.
hmm. And with the team player as well, right? It's gonna have a lot of options to find some nice passes up front, setting up to Octavia and Zentaro.
Yeah.
We shall see. Nitron on Erasmus, I don't think I have seen.
I've seen it once or twice, maybe.
Maybe I just forget, but that's going to be...
I'd say he's more of a midfield player. I don't think he's too comfortable in forward.
He's 100% more of a midfield player. There's also a fun narrative going on here, actually. Because Nitron, who is now playing for Windows, was playing for KLB in the
He
qualification.
qualified with them, didn't he?
Yes, he was subbing in for Balu because he wasn't able to make the qualifier himself. So Nitron was playing forward for KLB, and now, funnily enough, his first game in the EUSL is going to be against a team that he qualified himself. So
Yeah.
obviously, we can immediately say that which team he liked more off of this result. But KLB now finding a quick first barrier, but it's only Village. Who really cares for the first
Yeah,
barrier?
that one doesn't matter.
Yeah. Trying to set up some self-play. Like getting it though. And yeah, we're gonna see a lot of control here. Does pop the speed. gonna be able to keep it though.
Oh, that was nearly unfortunate. Pillar placement from Grim. Worked out. I can already see these rune vanishes. Gonna get pretty annoying.
Ooh, Rune finding a nice... Grim finding a nice pillar there, but just barely misses the barrier. It does look like Windows is a little bit on the aggressive side here. As I'm starting to talk, ALB does find the barrier.
Yeah, you can already see, like, the Octavia is not really able to keep her speed too well on this map. Like, both times she's popped it, it's kind of disappeared after a couple strikes.
Also, in terms of Awakenings, we're looking at team player on basically everyone but Balu. Balu opting for the Orb Dancer. Everyone else going for the team player. Obviously, Kai on the eject, Era on the momentum boots, and Slicks on everyone else. But KLB does find the first set, using 2 flips for it.
Yeah, that was a lot of resources used up there.
Yeah, so it's not the end of the world for Windows. They do have flip advantages now.
They do get the early barrier as well.
Yeah, I always find it funny when I'm looking at only games though, because you just kind of know the goalie in those situations just didn't care.
True. Well, but the Layfire certainly cared about that one.
Nitron finding a nice little hit there. Get it past Slay. Grim almost blocking that completely. Llama still has his buff. Is he going to be able to keep it though?
Lay was not able to hit the core tool in time.
Wood looking for an aggressive play here. His eject ran out, looked for a flip, but is able to get back in time. Grim still does have a flip, if they want to try using that to confirm this goal. KLB finding a nice angle around Windows. Wood finding a nice clear, setting up a 2v1 situation, and Lay holding his flip, trying to get it out, but Nitron punishes it immediately. Arguably, Lay had to be a bit lucky there to not get KO'd by that whip as well.
Yeah, that was
very close to it.
Pretty close to dying though. Yeah, I can already see Octavia just spending all her time inside of these pillars.
Llama does find the flip here though to take that barrier. It's still a threat of dying, but was able to get value out of this.
It's a nice tornado from Layfire though.
Really well played as well. Balus has a flip. Is he gonna look to score with it? He can't. Well placed the not barriers. Well placed pillars by Grim there. And for the first time in any of the games today, I can look at Grim not having evades and not be consistently scared that he's gonna die any second. But it's still possible, and unfortunately, Wood not quite able to get that. KLB now looking 1 goal away from taking the first set. And also something to point out, KLB playing the Octavia, right? You really want to get those awakenings for your Octavia. So
it's the highest level right now, so...
Yeah, being highest level is definitely something you want to see. Still need to finish out the set first, though. Looking, again, at this point we could just relabel only village to Inkies but smaller barriers and no beam. Because it's just a 1-1 barrier situation so fast, always.
I suppose. It's a little different, but...
Yeah, tiny bit, but... Nice. Hit by Nitron there now.
Seeing an aggressive play from Wood too. He's able to get this out.
Yeah, you can see by his movement he wants to make use of that flip, right? He wants to try to find an angle to run up with his eject and have an offensive play. The thing that Kai is so good at, right, with that eject button. Because the perma applying pressure shot forward.
Nice back pass from Llama, using these team player. Getting the speed up.
Ooh, and we are in overtime with 5 team players in the game. Ooh,
nearly everyone having a flip. This could get a bit hectic.
1 flip used now from the side of KLB. Both are
that was
forwards.
A pretty greedy flip from Baller, to be honest.
Yeah. I think with this, Nitron's being set up pretty nicely here, and Lay just barely misses the flip. Bring us into a 2-2 situation. Yeah, if the sets are starting off with 2-2s, we know we're in for a treat on an Oni Village game.
Yeah.
Etron finds a nice first barrier. KLB really wanting to take that first for their own as well now, but with Grim finding great strike wars. We're trying to go for an offensive push there, not quite able to force it into the
She does
barrier.
have to use the flip to save the barrier.
Yeah.
It's fine. It's Oni. She'll surely get another opportunity later in the set.
Yeah, 100%. Just a lot of back and forth. There's been really good work from both goalies so far, right? We've already seen plenty of attacks towards the barriers, but they were both able to defend them quite nicely. Balu now finally finding his way through wood though, and now has flip as well. Let's see if he's going to be able to make use of that and confirm. Does get it in.
Llama, level 6. He is definitely going to be getting this first pick here. Let's see, is he going to get one of the... Okay, Chrono Castellas. That is unfortunate for Windows here.
Yeah, it's
probably the Chrono Booster.
It has the last pick. It is a little bit unfortunate that Octavia does get that pick, but at the same time, you also have a lot of other Octavia Awakenings already out of rotations now, right? She can only take one of Castellas and Chrono. She can only take Rapid and Prime are already out as well. Chrono still goes on to Era, surprisingly enough, though. I would have expected that to maybe go...
Yeah, maybe the Rune could have took that. I guess you want the Prime Time.
True. Yeah, having more pillars is going to continuously allow you to be more influential on especially on a game like this, right, where you're looking to control a lot more.
Yeah, you can already see these pillars, so kind of annoying to defend.
Windows doing really well aggressively here, though, putting up a lot of pressure. And Wood running up excellently. Really well executed there by Wood. Again, we have a set start. Question is how long till 2 barriers are down. That's 1.
Oh, that's 2. 10 seconds. Let's see what the shortest time we can get 2 barriers in this game. So baseline 10 seconds.
There's that time to beat. See if they're waiting to the point where both teams are just starting to handshake it completely.
Yeah, they just
like hit it once at the top and just leave it there. But KLB here finding a nice second barrier on Wood here, and
no, she passes to the Octavia, unfortunately. Didn't quite see her there.
It's pretty rough to clear that though, right? Balu forcing it up from the bottom with flip ready, or you pass it into the Octavia up top.
I think you kind of just have to hit it into the Zen and either get a flip out or hope to defend it. But...
yeah, somehow no barriers fallen there.
Yeah. Nope, there's one.
We're already past 10 seconds, so
yeah.
No new record at this point. But KLB looking strong now, having 2 flips available to play with. So does Windows, though. They're basically at 3, but KLB really excellent use here by Balu.
They might get the KO on the Octavia here, though.
Yeah, the question is how much you want to invest into it. Yeah. Well placed barrier. Pillar, yeah. Wood playing it safe, going for the flip here, setting up Nitron that should be able to get this goal here, putting them into a 2-1 lead in the second set.
So that's a pretty good flip there from Wood. Like, personally, I would have shut it down and got scored on.
Yeah, probably, right? There's always like this nice balance between being able to find when to use the flip and when it's just unnecessary. And even though you could like reasonably think, hey, I can just save this without using it, you don't really account for the fact that maybe you can just set up your forward so well that it doesn't... that the flip essentially is an offensive flip more so than a defensive one. They doing really well, though, initially to get keep a stop barrier. Now dropping it sadly. And now Windows looking for that last goal in the set.
Llama just able to keep his speed up there for a second.
He does need to be careful, though, because he is getting rather low.
Yeah, they are just focusing a lot into Llama here, which, I mean, it makes sense. That's kind of
Yeah.
what you gotta do against an Octavia.
Yeah, there's the initial strategy of just play around the Octavia as much as possible, and then there's just kill her.
Just kill her. Yeah.
Just get her out. And Windows does find the set here, putting it into a 1-1. Really curious what they're looking for here, awakening-wise, though. Ooh, that is...
I mean,
Yeah,
I think
Ruben has
honestly you
options.
take the twin drive on Rasmus here.
Probably, you just want to keep up
Just for
mobility-wise, right?
Rampage. I mean, Octavia with twin drive, that is... I don't think you want to give that away. Like, she already has Caster Lost, like...
It is...
Now you have to deny her speed twice? Like, I don't know.
It's really rough for the side of Windows as well, right? Because if you take Twin Drive on Rasmus, then Rune probably doesn't get hotshot.
Yeah.
And then at that point, you have to deny heavy as well for Rune, otherwise Zen gets it.
And
This
Rune
way
isn't
now-
bad. I mean,
now
I don't
you
think Heavy is
have-
bad on Rune, like, it's a decent deck.
Well, I don't play it. I assumed it wasn't perfect, but maybe there's something I don't know.
I mean, I think his Heavy isn't... his pillars are an impact, I don't know. Maybe I'm bad at the game.
I think they are. I think they are, actually. But, KLB, even though having lost that last set, arguably getting a better draft out of this now.
Yeah.
Having a Twin Drive, having a heavy.
This Monu on Era is also pretty underrated, so, like...
Gonna do a lot of work defensively as well, and offensively if he is able to set it up properly. Balu looking to flip here and get just past
It's
Wood.
insta-strikes it then.
Yep.
Now, if the bands were Aimee and... Wait, was it Aimee? Sorry. I might be forgetting.
It
Oh,
was
Estelle and...
Juno?
Estelle? Yeah, Estelle Juno. Yeah.
Yeah, Estelle from
Oh,
the
it
side of
was last
KLB, Juno from the side of Windows.
Yeah, you can already see this twin drive helping out the Octavia. She's
Yeah.
kept her speed up a lot more this set than last time.
Yeah, and Balu walking up here pretty nicely to take that barrier as well. Nitron, though, looking
Nice
to take the
barrier.
barrier, does get it. Still need to get it past Nitron, Layfire, though. Lay with that huge NATO now, obviously making things difficult. They're just running in. Down to 1 HP, though. Does have to be a bit careful now. Wood defending well against Balu there. Nitron
This
does
is a
have
pretty
to-
hard situation here, though.
But Wood holding it down still.
Oh,
Oh, I just barely squeeze it past his barrage there, unfortunately. KLB now looking at set point for their second set here. There are still a few good awakenings that you would probably want to get on the Octavia, I think. No.
yeah.
Or to avoid off of the rune. As you said, an extra special on rune you probably never want to see.
Yeah, for sure.
So getting this set win would be really big if they also can get a good awakening here. Llama is down to 1 HP against Staggered now, and does end up dying. Question is, what can Windows do with this? Because it did use up a lot of abilities to make sure this
They
Octavia
do have
actually dies.
flips. Nearly could have backfired there.
And some funny team player action, but Nitron is there with the flip. Doesn't quite get it though. And that is a bit rough. Grim calling
The
for
back
that.
pass.
Llama looking to refresh this buff, not quite able to get it though.
Yeah,
Really
he just
nice
has it
defense
again.
by Wood there.
Yeah. Ooh.
Uh,
Damn,
Play greedy
what
with
was
that
that?
flip reaction, and Grim does find it.
That's really nice patience from Grim.
Mm. They do still need 2 goals side of Windows to be able to pull this back, and they are down on energy, so they do need to find some rather nice barriers. Nice
Mm,
deny
that's
from Balu though. Towards Balu though. Llama probably gonna end up dropping his speed. Never mind, he gets the bounce.
I
Balu
think
looking
sometimes
for-
you just gotta sort of sacrifice the barrier just so that Octavia doesn't get a refresh. 'Cause they're
100%.
playing into her quite a lot right now.
Yeah. 100%. Oh, Bollock just barely holds onto it as well. A nice flip, but it doesn't really solve that situation. A banish from Grim, though, should do it.
Yeah, finally stops the speed.
But Windows still is 1 goal down, 1 barrier down. And a goal down. in
And
this
a
set
goal
as well.
down, yeah.
And
Gets it.
there goes the set to KLB.
I really think this twin drive being given over was a big mistake from Windows.
It's just going to be so difficult for the side of Windows to deal with that, right? Always being up, and there's an explosive entrance as well if Zen does want to opt to take that. And even then, you still have a lot of movement options for Octavia. You have a stacks on stacks, or you could just go quick
I think
strike.
you're looking for the quick strikes. I'm not a
Yeah.
massive fan of stacks on her. But...
This
probably
is Octavia's.
missiles. I would go for aerials.
It's Octavia starting to look even more scary draft by draft.
Yeah, for sure.
And now missile prop on Era as well, together with
Yeah,
a
with the
Mondu.
Monyu, these natives are just gonna clear an entire lane. Like, if they
You can just
get a good
set that up
setup,
in your
you
own
have
barrier.
to give a barrier.
Yeah. Nice hit here. The banish, not quite
Nice
enough.
Giga from what?
Vega is still holding on to the speed, just barely. But it's also getting a lot of damage onto them. Yeah. And it does drop eventually, but Grim with some really nice pillars.
He's been on point with these pillars this game.
100%.
Barrier.
Oh, Grim just died because Monyu exists on the missile prop era. Would really good run up there to take that bottom barrier. Kind of alleviate the situation for Grim, who was trying to just survive.
He decides to take out his own barrier. I mean, her own barrier.
Wood doing really well to hold this, actually. Llama also using a flip there. Wood just barely holding on to this bottom barrier now, but doing his job well. Does have to flip here. Cannot immediately translate into attack though. Wood actually needs to be careful because Balu is starting to just kill. Good flip from the side of Nitron here.
I don't think it's enough though. Like,
yeah, the flip just gets it through, and now there's an open goal situation. Overtime with team player, yeah. Really well.
Not a lot you can do there.
Yeah. Or just flies around the field so fast, just difficult to really defend that, especially if your goalie is down. We can see it as well now with Llama having all of these awakenings to buff him, right? He's using his speed up a lot more leniently.
Yeah,
making sure
you can kind of just use it whenever.
Yeah.
Like, the call's not even near him, he just uses it.
Barely just misses the barrier. Nice clear from Wood here, though. Setting up an attack for the side of Windows again. But you do kind of feel like the flow of the game, right? It is very much going into KLB's favor at this point.
Yeah, for sure.
Quite often we're looking at the core being in the side of Windows and not on KLB's side, which makes it a lot more difficult and puts a lot of strain onto Wood as well, right? Being able to, or having to hold down this goal end barrier.
I think maybe things could be a little closer if Nitron did decide to go for the orb dancer like Balu. I don't think he's getting too much value out of the team player.
Yeah, he's gonna get, he's slowly but surely kind of getting out movement speed by Balu, right? With the dancer, and unless you're going for back passes on the Rasmus, the team player is gonna be not the best ever.
Yeah, like at the minute, Nitron's kind of just wandering around trying to get the goal. But...
Ooh, and a well-timed primary here by Llama does take the goal, and now KLB is looking at game point.
Yeah.
Need one more to go 1-0 up in this set. Wood does have a flip to use defensively if he does feel like he needs to.
No, that's the record.
Oh, that is
4
like
seconds.
4? Oh my god, perfect. Wood looking to use this flip offensively 100% with that eject run up. Not able to find it though. Oh, they just can't seem to find a way past the Lei and Llama in the back. Llama doing a lot of assistance in the back as well, and Lei obviously doing
I mean,
what he does best on
scoring
Arrow.
on an Arrow 1v1 is like these brawler forwards is pretty tough.
Mm.
Because she just shrinks you, and then not much you can do about it.
Mm.
Ooh, nice
it
attempt from
end
Ball
up- They did end up getting it, and he does find the kill as
Yeah.
well.
Yeah,
Really
2-2.
big point.
It's a bit unfortunate that would have to flip there, but
Mm.
they have no energy on the side of
They have absolutely nothing.
Always,
Although KLB is not well off either, they do have the flip on Balu that's
they
going to
are
come up
down a
shortly.
barrier.
Okay, Balu does use the flip. They end up only getting one barrier for it though. Maybe not what he's looking for.
It could have been deadly.
Could have been very dangerous, but luckily Wood
Rush,
is able to avoid
yes.
it. And really good
Gets
run up by
barrier.
Wood here.
Yeah.
Ooh, they do have a lot of attacking pressure right now as well. Can they convert this though?
Oh, that was so close to being a hit until they fire.
Yeah.
She runs up. And the pillar from Grim. Really well placed.
Grim finding that pillar is massive. Because we're now in a set 5, right? And do we remember that Oni was Windows' pick, I believe, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so this again would mean this is pretty important that Windows is able to find this maybe this last set to get this last game, the first game. Otherwise, you're gonna
Yeah.
go into the home turf of KLB.
I'm surprised that we don't get extra special on Runha. I mean, I guess you want to deny the energy from Centaur, but
Yeah,
it feels really strong to have extra special.
100%.
And then
Yeah.
I think also maybe Kai should just take the Stinger. Like, you're already using barrages onto them. Like, I'm not too sure.
Overall, I still think it's
It's still a
fine, though,
fine
right?
draft, but
Because the
Yeah,
orb
yeah,
dancer
yeah.
for Kai is also going to do a lot defensively. Being able to get those abilities quite often.
Yeah.
And the catalyst is going to allow Grim to essentially flip like every 2 goals. if it
yeah, I
does
mean,
well.
every time you use a Banish Pillar combo, you basically get flipped back up.
Ooh, really well played by Bolo
Nice
though.
strike.
Breaking Wood's ankles there.
A little bit.
There is a slight energy
Yeah.
advantage on the side of KLB. Grim just suffers the
Grim is
wrath
dead.
of Era. They somehow
That's
get it out
pretty
though.
close, yeah. Kinda surprised though.
Rama looking to get this.
No,
And
with
that-
the flip and dip. He was just trying to survive. Ooh, double flip.
Ooh,
Bit of a
unfortunate.
miscommunication.
Bull trying to hold it in front of the barrier, but it
Yeah, I
doesn't
think
quite
Wood
do it.
and Grim kinda looking for a flip there. I think he wants to try to get
100%,
the
yeah.
barrier.
Especially if he has Catalyst, right? You want to get rid of this flip
Yeah.
as fast as possible so he can
He
continue
might
stacking
just
new
has to
one.
use it as an evade.
Ooh, and well angled from Ball
Oh,
as well.
Grim,
And
no!
unfortunate.
I think it's in anyway because Lava's there, but
Yeah, Llama was shooting
That's
a primary as
unfortunate.
well. I'm not even sure maybe the primary was the one that put it in, but it is a bit unfortunate. And now Windows
Yeah.
on the back foot. Need to find 3 goals before KLB finds 1.
Mhm.
Llama keeps that buff as well.
Nitron. Let's get a barrier.
Ooh, Balu with a flip is going to be pretty dangerous, but he opts to use it to clear instead of going for barrier confirm. Does still get the barrier though, and a huge
NATO.
1U ult from Era.
So,
They do find it.
KLB could take this first game on the Oni village.
Definitely well executed from the side of KLB towards the end there. It is a classic Oni game. A lot of back and forth, but KLB being clinical enough towards the end and making good use of their Octavia pick of
Yeah,
their
I think-
friends.
I think the draft definitely could have been better from Windows. Like, they could have made it a lot closer with some better denies against the Octavia, but it's fine. They've still got another game.
Yeah, 100%. It's not over
Equalized.
yet, right? You still have a Taiko game ahead of you. Now you recalibrate, you focus on this Taiko game, make sure
Mhm.
that you can take that home and force that third game in
Night market.
Night Market. It was, yes.
Yes. Yeah, Llama putting up so much work this game. 8 goals,
8 goals,
a
2
lot of
assists,
redirects.
80 shots, more than 80 shots. even.
Surprising amount of damage as well. Like,
Yeah. It's doing a lot of damage, assuming with
I
primaries
guess-
and ult as well.
yeah, I think most of it comes from the primaries when you're just spamming them out, trying to clear through the goalie.
100%. It is always rather funny though seeing an Octavia comp, because Octavia in this situation is a midfielder, right? But looking at just the goal stats, you would think Octavia was being the forward, having 8 goals on Octavia and 4 on Balu. But overall, definitely an entertaining game, and I'd say not a bad showing from Windows, right? It seemed to be maybe a little bit of a desync in some decision making parts, but the game was competitive. They were able to take it down to a set 5, and then just sadly weren't able to close it out afterwards.
Yeah. Sort of probably expecting more of a KO game on this Taiko map.
100%, yeah. We're going from clearly just control to you could just pick like Bruno and
Yeah.
people are gonna die naturally.
I mean, we might just see the Juno ban again, but
Yeah.
maybe expecting a Vice or an X, maybe.
I'm interested to see if there's also an Estelle ban, just because.
Yeah, I
Grim
mean, I
is
can see
playing.
that. Scrim is a really
Uh,
good Estelle player.
Yeah, because I don't think personally Estelle is really that great on Taiko. However, if you do have someone like Grim on the enemy team, that's always something you need to consider when you go into a draft situation, right? Do you really want to give him his most experienced pick just like that, and run the risk of having to play against it?
So I wonder if the Grim didn't go Rune that game, if Llama would have picked it instead of the Octavia. 'Cause I know Llama
True.
is a big Rune player.
Also, Rune Enjoyer. Funnily enough, is Llama and Grim, are those our only 2 Rune players in midfield, or am I just forgetting someone?
I
Because
mean,
Cookies plays Rune, but Cookies
he's not
is
really a midfielder,
Yeah, he's a forward, so
and I won't let him pick it, so...
yeah. Fair enough.
Yeah, that's right, Cookies, you're not picking it. No room.
Yeah.
Okay,
interesting.
extra special or Rampage?
Extra
The
special.
Vice is looking pretty strong here.
The Vice is looking strong. I also think Amy is not a bad pick here.
Amy's decent.
There's obviously again
I mean,
Juno. Just
Yeah, any
Juno.
of the brawler forwards are pretty good with the Rampage.
Yeah, 100%.
Especially like X Rasmus. Maybe even
Mhm.
Julie. Probably Zen's one of the weaker ones with that start, but he's still just crazy.
Yeah, he's still just Zen, right?
Yeah.
So it does just happen. But the draft we're going into, Windows is again on the blue side, so they do have the ability to first pick. The question is, what will they first pick?
They first picked the Vice ban,
They first pick the Vice ban.
which is reasonable.
Yeah, it does beg the question of if they're trying to just deny kill comps as much as possible.
And
'Cause
then
I
the
feel
Juno
like-
ban.
Yeah, Juno just destroy the chaos. Estelle is open. Don't
Yeah, I
think they
don't
should
know
have
if it's a
first
first
pick,
pick.
but it is an option for them maybe further down the line, given KLB doesn't
I
deny it.
mean, you wanted like first pick the strongest character, because
Yeah,
otherwise
100%.
they just get 2 picks, and sometimes that can be better than going first.
100%, yeah. They do opt for the Amy
For
first
Amy.
pick. Makes sense.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm assuming this is going to be Era in goal again.
Yeah, Era and Asher.
Asher.
Locked in. Also, even though Lei is a huge enjoyer of Era, still a strong pick combination as well, because it is still possible to flex this. You could put
Mhm.
Llama onto Era here and go for a better goalie option after you've seen the entirety of Windows' draft.
We got the Zen as well.
Does look like
That's
Windows
all
is
good.
just going to try to kill them with an Amy and a Zen.
I mean, what do you third pick here? Because there's no Vice or Juno.
Depends where they want to put the Amy. I would assume Amy's
Oh,
going on to Wood.
Marco.
Ooh, okay.
Marco
So
from-
Amy's going on to Grim.
I think
Marco's-
maybe even Nitron on the Amy. Like, Nitron is a big Amy player.
Oh,
It
yeah.
could be
100%.
Grim on the Zen.
Does Grim play Zen? I'm not
And I'm sure he
familiar with-
does. Like, I feel like anyone who plays forward and plays solo queue has picked Zen.
Yeah.
Like,
fair enough.
even if you are a midfielder, you just have to know the character.
The
Can we
Marco
get
goalie
X?
here, I understand. I guess it's just to deny the kitten comp, although I'm not quite sure if KLB is going to play that.
Yeah.
Because I don't think Marco's necessarily a perfect fit with something like Amy and Zen.
Yeah, I mean, I
But,
don't think it helps their team too much, but I think it
Yeah.
helps against the team of LB here.
Yeah. We
So
are
Marco's
looking.
pretty strong into the X and the
Yeah.
Asher.
We are looking at a night market-esque comp here, though, with Aaron goal and Asher X forward.
Yeah, if that is what it is. It could just be the
Uh,
Asher goalie even.
It could be. I'm not familiar if Lay plays it.
Yeah, I don't think so either. But
But it is on the table. We'll see once we go into game. Difficult to say who's really in favor here, because I think the side of KLB has an easier to execute comp on paper. Like, it's clear what you
Yeah.
want to do. You don't necessarily need to look for kills, but you can still have the option if people are wall hogging. But obviously you have Amy and Zen on one side that they're just gonna do their thing. But we will see. We're now going into the character select of our Taiko game again. KLB is 1-0 up, looking to win on their own map pick to close out the series. But can Windows deny it? That is the question we need to ask
yeah,
ourselves.
Grim nearly banning his own character there. I think he tried to lock in and then hold.
Yeah, then realize. Oh wait.
Yeah.
All right. Really intrigued to see. I'm assuming it's Leonera, but I'm still.
Yeah, I would
curious.
imagine. That really is just his comfort pick, especially if he hasn't really been playing the game too much lately.
Yeah, Lei
Oh.
is just being put on era. Llama on the Asher. Everyone but Nitron going extra special. And then Slicks on all the forwards and Momentum Boots on both the goalies. So, opting for mostly control gear, but we'll see if it's going to actually work out the way they want it to. Because the downside, right, you do have an arrow and goal which can speed up the Asher and the X, which makes this comp a lot more playable. But as soon as arrow is not in range or can't necessarily help with that speed up, KLB does have a pretty slow team comp that can be played around, given they don't position perfectly to deny that. Malu does find the barrier here, though.
Nitron gets one of his own though. Could be the second one, yeah. Taking pretty strong opportunity here.
Lei finding huge clears here, though, amongst the goal line, making sure that that goal does not drop yet. Now Balu and Llama looking to get it past Wood. Ooh, and a good flip. Gets rid of Wood. I think Wood just got flip as well, so that's a huge energy reset. And now we see again non-kickoff. Balu doesn't have evade, so if Windows does opt to try to go for damage, it would be now. But it does look like they're just going to mainly focus on holding this. Balu is getting a bit low, but is able to find the barrier. Not the barrier, the orb. And now, on the other hand, Grim is down to around 100 HP. Doesn't get it past Llama. It's just Asher and X just being these walls that are just kind of ever-present. And now, Grim does get staggered and does get KO'd. Power play from the side of KLB. Are they going to be able to convert it into a goal? And they will be able to. Very cleanly executed by the side of KLB here to take that second goal of the set. Energy-wise, I think it's pretty even. We have flips on both sides. One
Barrier-wise, it is not
Barrier-wise,
Big
yeah,
middle.
it
A lot of
does look
damage onto
like
Balu though.
it does look like KLB is just able to go off of kickoff and just use Asher and X to maximal potential to just force it in. Because as
So that-
Mako,
yeah.
you're good defensively, but there's a limit. And X Asher are some of the best, like, just force forwards there are.
I'm not sure if you saw that, but Balu took so much damage, and then they kind of just ignored him. He ran away, got like 3 orbs. He's just full again. Like,
And also Lei doing a god's work here, holding that barrier.
yeah.
I have no idea how he held it, but he did. Yeah, Windows is looking to play for damage, but they can't necessarily just find anything good enough to really properly capitalize
But
on it.
nearly getting taken out by Balu though.
Llama is on 0 evades. Question is, are they going to be able to look to finish that or not? They don't really have a lot of abilities as of right now, I
Even
think.
the Asher ult.
We're trying to save that with a flip, but Asher ult's too good. Is able to hold it now, though.
Nice blink from Grim now. Get that forward.
Still very scary, though, because Balu is just sitting up front
Yeah,
with...
and with the Snader,
and
you don't even need the flip. Lay the sniper.
A lovely tornado from inside of Lei gets them the first set.
Yeah.
Now, what are you opting for here? Ooh.
On Asher, like, I don't know, I don't think there's too much you want. Maybe just unstoppable so that Wood isn't allowed to take it.
Yeah. I wouldn't be too surprised if Wood does go...
No, Balu gets it.
Oh, we just twin, okay.
And then Wood, she
Gasolize
gets
does go
Stinger.
onto Era. That is
Yeah.
dangerous. But Zen does get Stinger in turn again, so he's gonna have an easier time being able to translate that damage into KOs.
Hmm.
Is it really gonna matter? That's the question.
Yeah, no, this is like the second time today we've seen like this sort of KO comp, but then with a goalie that doesn't really provide anything towards the KO comp.
Yeah. Although Mako can provide a decent bit, I think it just doesn't work with... Oh, nice KO, actually.
Yeah, good point.
But I don't think in this comp, Mako is kind of limited to what she can do. Because
Yeah.
a lot of the abilities that he would use to assist with damage have to be used defensively against strong forcing characters like X and Asher.
Mhm.
Uh,
We are seeing a decent amount of damage onto Balu here, but kind of feels like he can just ignore it sometimes.
yeah.
Like he just walks away.
They are looking. They have an open goal situation now for the side of KLB. Doesn't have any barriers. Are they gonna? Is Windows able to find a goal though? Had some really good saves on the barrier, but now Balu
Wow,
and
and that Asher ult was just really well placed from Lava.
yeah, the core just didn't escape, and it just kind of sat it perfectly there for it to be unpushed in the end.
Seeing a NATO set up again from Lava. I mean, they fire.
Yeah, the NATO's just really good at just making sure the core actually does arrive at the enemy barriers, right? If you don't
Yeah.
have a solid midfielder, you kind of need to make midfielder pick, like mobile midfielder pick, then you kind of have to make it work by getting
The
a...
goalie kind of has to take over a bit.
Yeah, but... Oh, well executed. Llama just got core and then decided to do what Asher does best. Just push.
Mhm.
Balu's also getting close to flip now as we're going towards that.
Yeah.
Towards the end of the second set if they do find this goal. Really well defended though from Wood and Grim here. Ooh,
Slight
very
mistake.
unfortunate.
And then the glitch pop.
They do find the KO on X though, so they can set themselves up for an advantage play here.
They're
Nitro
gonna
needs
have
to
to
be
get these
careful not
barriers
die.
fast though.
Yeah, this is all time they're bleeding if they really don't want
Like
to.
the second Balu is back, they no longer have the advantage. And
Yeah,
they're
and
now
now
down a
Nitro
player.
dies.
They do
They
get the
do
barrier,
find
but
the barrier. But there is a lot of pressure on Wood and Grim now. Grim does have a
good job
flip.
there.
Stalls it, and now Nitron is back as well. Can they get it past Nitron though? Nitro setting himself up, but a really good flip from the side of Lei. Immediately starts the attack as well. Wood is forced to flip and does find the angle past Llama.
Yeah, that was nice. Ooh, that was pretty clutch
Ooh.
though.
That was dangerous, but it works. Yeah.
It feels like Windows here are just like constantly barely escaping getting scored on.
Yeah, the side of KLB, they're just playing it really well, right? You have two low mobility characters, so you're just splitting yourself up top to bottom. Oh, and a really good glitch pop though, that's meant to go. But you split yourself up top to bottom, and then you just let Era take care of everything that goes past you, right? And Lei doing a really good job being able to hold stack core in the midfield line, so X and Asher can just set themselves up for success in a good push.
Ooh, and they get the double. Just 5
Nice
seconds.
double barrier and really good flip. Takes set
Grim
2 now.
Blink just a tiny bit short to catch it.
What is Windows looking for here? What is the awakening that they need to lighten their situation?
Honestly, not too sure, but explosive entrance onto IME could be one of them.
Could definitely allow a lot more.
Yeah, 'cause I think you do just take it on the IME because the Zen is not getting it.
Yeah. If the Zen gets lucky, he gets 1-2, but oh, he does actually.
He does.
Yeah, among Titans on Arrow makes sense though. Lei is gonna be so much more mobile to set himself up to receive the core in the midfield already as a
and then
goalie.
Llama and Balu just get this size advantage.
And they're just massive now, so
Yeah,
both
like, we
characters.
can already see it on the right side here. Llama is huge. Yeah, they are huge.
It's just two parents with their child in the size comparison.
Yeah.
Native from Lei here though. Sets up a nice attack. Or just going through the Amy turret, a little bit unlucky, but. Do find clears. Wood going for an early intercept there, which is pretty good. Wood also. Ooh, nice KO.
Nitro.
Wood picking up the team player is gonna be a lot more helpful as well though from the side of Windows, because
That's definitely very good for them.
being able to have those clears go out faster means that KLB is going to be a lot more punished if they do miss position slightly. Nitron almost dying.
Pummeling Nitron. Slightly short on the glitch pop though. Could have been a barrier.
Setting up the turrets here to try to get an attack going,
Just
but they do
gets
get
countered
it
by the NATO. We get the barrier.
KLB is under a lot. It's under more pressure than before, but it still does feel like they have a decent amount of control in how the game is being played out. Ooh, almost again a really great glitch pop by the side of Grim here.
Ooh,
Nice flip.
flip.
What a redirect to set up Bolo here as well. Unfortunate
That
primary
is a
connect.
unfortunate situation.
Ooh, okay. But Lei holding it down. Doing really well here. Llama being
kind of
one
working
for me.
against Grim.
Meanwhile, Balu letting out his anger on Wood, but Nitron and Grim do find it eventually and get it past Lei.
Yeah, this team play is definitely doing a lot of work for them.
100%, yeah. But they still have to find quite a few more goals now to force this game 3. But getting that first one is definitely a good start.
I think they can do it for sure.
100%, yeah. Because also, as much as the side of KLB scales, if you get some awakenings on stuff like the Amy and the Zen, it will just
Yeah,
get
you can just do
so much
blinks
more
like that. Get
Yeah.
some sneaky barriers.
Yeah, that's explosive value you were talking about, right? Just that extra damage, that extra range as well.
Just able to get it out here. It's pretty clutch.
Okay. Paulo does have flip. Is he gonna use it for the barrier? No, he's gonna hold it and probably use it to score here. No, he's holding it. Gonna be a bit greedy
He
with it.
doesn't need the flip.
Hope he doesn't get punished for that. Nah, he ends up using
He
it.
does.
Oh,
Tiny
goes in the
little
wrong
flip.
corner though. Wood saves it excellently.
Oh, that was a nice idea from Nitro in there, but just didn't get the strike reset.
Almost. Really well played from Grim again.
Oh.
And then what a flip from Lei directly into Balu, and then Wood has to take the 50-50. Chooses wrong. Balu gets it in.
Yeah. It's among Titans for KLB. Feels like it's doing quite a bit.
Yeah. It's making it so much more difficult to just get it through the Asher into the X, right?
Yeah,
And
like, it doesn't
again-
really matter if their mobility is a bit lower if they cover the whole map.
Yeah, if they can just stand above like the central drum and just strike every core that could go their way, then it doesn't really matter that much. But
Yeah,
yeah,
like Wood is just smothered.
Wood-
Like,
Wood just getting overpowered. A huge Ash, a huge X, and an Ado coming his way as well.
yeah, she really can't
even-
do much in that situation.
You could even argue Wood can be happy there that they're still alive.
Yeah. At least, yeah, she's pretty close to flip this set, so it's nice to stay alive though.
100%. 2 flips from the side of Windows now. One is out trying to get that core, not quite able to get it though.
Nice
Do need to
yeah.
find this goal. We are again on match and without set point. So this is a set and match point that way. Windows is able to get that second barrier, loses one for exchange as an exchange now. Now X Ash are just doing what they do best. Just stand there and make sure that the core does not leave that corner.
She committed a bit too late there, like the barrier's already gone, and then you can't strike it out because the barrier's still disappearing.
And KLB finding that last goal a lot more convincing this time around. Executing the Era Asher X combo really well though. And taking this best of 3 as well in a 2-0.
Mm-hmm.
Congratulations to KLB starting off your league as a 1-0 now.
Yep. It's like Windows gonna have some catching up to do in the coming weeks.
I mean, overall, during the entire best of, right, Windows did do pretty well on the Oni game. They were really close to. They were getting into a set 5, right? So they did show promise, but by the looks of things, they do seem a bit. When they're put onto the KLB's map pick this time around, it seemed a little bit more out of it than during the Oni game.
For sure.
But overall, not a bad showing for sure. And again, you being the team that most people predicted to be at the bottom, you're not
against
really
one of the top teams. They did pretty good to keep it that close.
Yeah, you're just fighting. You're just here to continue to show that you are a team that does do well, and that's what they definitely did today. You're not going to be expected to win everything, but overall,
especially playing with a substitute who's kind
100%.
of on off roll. It's like,
yeah, 100%.
I don't really consider Nitron to be a forward player most of the time. So
He's more so a midfielder for sure. Does have some forward picks in his arsenal, but definitely not the same kind of influence that Nerf would have had in those games for the side of Windows, just due to familiarity as well, right? I'm pretty certain Nitron hasn't played a lot with Wood and Grim, so it's going to be aspects of that as well. Right. Then that would be it for the first 2 games. Obviously, Amy Haters taking a good 2-0 win against Fingerless. KLB also beating Windows 2-0. Any closing works for these 2 matches from your side, Otsu?
no, nothing from me. It was fun games. And next up, I get to play against you.
Yeah, next up you'll see me and Otsu on the screen. It's gonna be great.
Yeah, we're still gonna be here, just not our voices. Only.
Yeah, you're just not gonna hear us yap as much, essentially. But we will
see you guys after a short break.
See you guys around.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the first week of EUSL. We've had some banger games earlier this afternoon with IME Haters taking a win over Fingerless in our opener, and then KLB beating Windows after that. We're entering the back half of the day now, and we'll be seeing Packet Loss versus TMCT first, and then Fierce Fury versus ZZZ. I'm really excited to see how these matches shake up. What are your thoughts, Vals?
Well, I would also say I'm excited to watch some fun games. I watched the predictions on the pre-show, and if those are anything to go by, this may be the most tense match we will be seeing today.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. All three people, Lucas, Cookies, and Sloth, rated TMCT and Packet Loss somewhat similarly to one another, right? So, in theory, this should be a pretty close match, and I'm excited to see it. And I mean, on the other hand, with Fierce Fury and ZZZ, generally they were rated kind of almost exact opposite to one another. But hey, I mean, that could also be an amazing match, and I'm excited.
Yeah, I mean, regardless, we are going to be seeing some top gameplays.
Yeah, and I mean, if we transition over to the map draft here, right, we can see that Demon Deus and Gates of Obscura both banned out first round. TMCT picking up Oni Village, Packet Loss grabbing Taiko Temple, and then our decider is going to be on Clarion Test Chamber. Any thoughts about these maps? Oh, I just
well,
got
that's
word from
unfortunate.
production saying that our final map is going to be Atlab instead of Clarion Test Chamber. So, just a slight clarification from what's on stream.
I mean, that's pretty. I mean, I'm a big fan of Clarion myself, but I understand why people don't like it.
Yeah, I mean, it's very fun to play and to cast, right? Because it changes so often, so that the game feels like pretty fresh, right? You have like a lot of these like mini games on each map, right? Trying to stay invisible on Project Xenocloak, fighting for that orb in the middle on Project Maelstrom, a lot of different things really. And on the other side, right, Oni and Taiko. First game, everyone get your copy pastas out. I'm ready to see this Oni Village copy pasta going out. And for Taiko Temple, these Taiko drums are certainly going to be fun.
Yeah, they're going to be percussioning all over the place.
Yeah, that's for sure. But yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see how this character draft shakes out, right? On the side of the midfielders, we have, I believe, Giovanni and Lilith, right? I am curious to see who this Estelle falls down to, right? It's a pretty high prio pick on this map, right? Estelle, Kai as well, right? If Kai gets picked up by either of the goalies, right? Or if it is just going to be a midfield pick in this map. Because it's good in both roles, but the issue is like, let's say the goalie picks up Kai and then a midfield picks up Estelle. The midfield pool is kind of heavily pinched, and the rest of the midfielders aren't as good as those two on Oni Village.
Yeah. Sorry, you're gonna have to give me a second. I'm struggling to keep up right now.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I can just keep yapping. Right, we have this brawler situation. I don't know if any of these guys play Kazan, right? It is a really great pick on this map, and I know there's a lot of NA players who really love Kazan on this map. But even if not, there's still like Erasmus Zentaro handshake that can still be done, so it's not the end of the world for the brawler side. And then yeah, like goalie picks. You have your Kai, you have your Asher, your Atlas. A lot of great stuff on this map that we could see. But yeah, I mean, in the meantime, how's your day been so far, Vals?
Been pretty boring, innit? I woke up, had some breakfast, sat a bit on YouTube, and
Love to see
yeah,
it.
then I made dinner at like 2 p.m.
Oh dear, dinner.
and then I watched the stream for the rest of the day. Played a bit of OS in the middle.
Hey, that's chill. Honestly, got to see the rest of the games.
That's been my day so far.
Yeah, I kind of wish I got to see the rest of the games, but I just took a little look through before I hopped on because I did get up a little late. But yeah, I mean, we're getting to this draft now. Extra special reverb starts on Oni Village.
Ooh, that's
Yeah, this extra
yeah,
special
that's very special for sure.
Oh yeah. No, this extra special start could be kind of interesting. I know Aimee isn't as great of a pick on this map compared to stuff like the Stellar Kai, but some teams could be willing to pick it. I know there are also some teams in NA who like picking this Luna on Oni Village to take advantage of people just standing on the speed lanes and trying to make plays happen. On the other side,
looks like we got
might...
a Juno ban
Yeah,
and a Luna
okay.
ban.
Juno ban and Luna ban.
Makes sense. Luna extra special is generally very annoying to deal with. And Juno extra special can also be horrible.
Yeah,
under
I
the-
feel like
under
a
the
Juno
right
extra special
circumstances.
pickup. Oh, Kai first pick, yeah. I'm not surprised. It's a really powerful flex on this map, being a great midfielder and a great goalie. Right? And I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure I think all four all four being all midfielders, all goalies in this lobby do play the Kai and are comfortable on it. So yeah, I'm interested to see where this goes. But yeah, so I believe this is TMCT on blue side and packet loss on red side. So yeah, not surprised they answer with the Estelle. They can't let TMCT pick up both the Kai and Estelle.
Mm-hmm.
Now the interesting thing is there's like a really fun mind game that could be going on here, right? They're not sure if this Kai is goalie or forward, and they're banking on it being the midfield pick. They're banking on it being the goalie pick, which is why they decided let's pick midfield forward. And out of the two between Rasmus and Zentaro, they do prefer the Rasmus to the Zentaro, it looks like. TMCT answering back with the Zentaro.
Yeah, I'm not seeing a single pick for reverb yet.
Yeah.
Nobody.
I think this Zentaro...
Stagger isn't that great unless you have like a really high Stagger character. It's,
yeah, I mean that's true.
It's generally
but Reverb...
extra special is generally just better on most characters.
Yeah, Reverb CDR though is pretty solid. I would say. Now this Drakkar pick, this is an interesting pick for sure. I would be surprised if this is not even goalie, right? Atlas picked up on the side of packet loss, right? Not too surprised. But yeah, if this Drakkar is going to be midfield and this Kai is going to be goalie, I feel like TMCT will struggle a little bit with map presence, especially compared to like an Estelle Rasmus who has that cross map sniping potential and just the speed to catch up with plays for Rasmus, right? So I feel like they have to flex this Kai into midfield and keep this Drakkar as goalie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean this first game, I mean, do you think anyone here will pick up Reverb to start with?
I mean, Atlas maybe. Depends
I
really
agree.
on if he thinks they're gonna KO a whole bunch, because then you probably want extra special. But other than that, I'm not really seeing it. I mean, it's not as useful on, say, Drakkar as it is on the other characters, but I don't really see
Yeah, I mean,
how
I feel
Reverb
like-
would be a better choice.
I feel like both goalies will pick up the Reverb just for the CDR, right? To keep, assuming this
Yeah.
is Drakkar goalie, and maybe the Zentaro as well. just to, you know, get out more of those primaries and those secondaries. But I think especially Estelle is really good with extra special in my opinion. Like it's not a Giga Abyss on her or anything, but it's still pretty good because it allows her to take more kickoffs on this map with special. And well, we know how good Estelle's kickoffs can be, right? Otherwise, yeah, no, it looks like we are loading into this game.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, let's see how this goes up. Okay, no, this is going to be this Drakkar forward. Interesting.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, let's see these pickups. I think with this Drakkar being forward, it's probably extra special now. Yeah. Oh wow, 5 reverbs, and Drakkar's the only one with that extra special. Interesting to see that the Estelle did prioritize more CD on its other abilities.
Yeah, definitely. I'm very surprised by that, actually.
But yeah, I mean, Atsura picking up this eject button, right? I'm really excited to see how he can kind of like take this aggression and help his teammates.
I mean, eject button, from what I've seen, eject button Kai is generally very useful on Oni specifically. Like,
yep.
It is it's very handy to have a third character on the midfield on such a big open map.
Yeah. And it also makes these games take a little less time, right? Because Oni Village is certainly notorious for that.
Yeah.
But I mean, yeah, both teams trading 1 barrier each. We do have great pass up to Zoe. Atsura does clear it out, keeping this offense going. Sloth with these perfect clears, getting it out. But ooh, but that slips barely by Giovanni getting this perfect clear. The Oni's Blade stopping this, the flip out by Cookies, and that's the first goal of this back half of EUSL Week 1.
Damn. Very powerful showing so far from TMCT.
Yeah. I mean, another pretty highly rated team, right? These guys are going to be really solid coming out of the gate. They've had a lot of time, you know, playing together in weeklies. Oh, good look out by Zoe, but Atsura does have to burn the flip there. Unfortunate miss out of Sloth, but the Cookies capitalize. Giovanni in the corner with the lock and load, trying to get that. Atsura running around. Lilith and Sloth trying to keep this defense going. Zoe just running back and forth with the flip. Both of these packet loss forwards have this flip. If they're able to use it and convert, this would be amazing for them, especially since both barriers are down. But the side of TMCT just keeps bringing it up. With a 1-2, flip has to be used. Lock and load, tries to keep it forward. Atsura passes it back up. Flip, out by Giovanni, passes to the corner, and a great bounce in by Cookies.
They've been able to win the strike war there, unfortunately.
Yeah. It's a tough strike war to win too, because like the core is just coming towards you and you have to just either you have to just out mind game Cookies. That's really all that's there.
Yeah. And like he has the advantage as well because it's coming towards him.
Yep. And I mean, another tough start of the set out for packet loss. Zoe burning the flip, looking for something. Does get it after the pendulum swing, but that's no flip down on the Rasmus. And I mean, really both forwards on the side of packet loss are looking low on energy. Sloth burning his Cosmic Expanse. Won't have that for this next offense out of the side of TMCT. Has to burn that flip too. And Cookies threads the needle, getting that barrier. Lilith in the corner, trying to get this to Zoe. Atsura steps back perfectly, dodges the pendulum swing. Another offense continuing, up to Cookies. Sloth waits. Oni's Blade doesn't get it in. Goes back to Atsuro, Giovanni trying to get it. Zoe dribbling, Lylea dribbling in this corner, looking for some sort of offense. The astral projection stops us. The death touch almost pulls Atsuro out of the way, but doesn't. Lylea, good dribble out, but in the end, it's Giovanni that gets this set 1 out for TMCT.
Sloth unable to get the strike out in time. Just goes right past him.
Yeah. Now, with regards to this draft, right, some big priority picks. This Catalyst is going to be really tough to deal with.
Yeah.
At least, thankfully, for the side of packet loss. Oh, no, Catalyst is being left up. This missile propulsion taken out of Atsuro, I would have loved to see it on the Drakkar, but there's a good chance Sloth would have just denied it. The Zentaro getting Catalyst really sucks for packet loss. Now they don't have any ability to, you know, damage this this character and try to look for kills because he's just going to be getting free energy all the time.
Sloth did get 1-2 punch though. Maybe we'll see an Atlas Brawler sometime in the future.
Oh yeah, I'd love to see some Atlas Brawler. That would be really fun. But yeah, another tough set start for the side of packet loss. Atsuro with a great save out of the barrage does have to forfeit 1 barrier for it. Now both barriers on the same side, so it makes it easier for Atsuro to run up even without eject. Oh, Cookie's getting into the corner with the EI rush.
Well.
Oh, burns the flip, gets the barrier. Geo moving up, trying to get it down to Cookies, but he doesn't even need to pass to Cookies. It's a great Giga Blast out by Atsuro that scores this.
Secondary, just not quite big enough.
Yeah. Monumentalist would have saved that.
True. You should have picked Cast last, actually.
Oh, yeah. I mean, great start actually out by packet loss this time. Unfortunately, as I say that, they do lose 1 barrier, but it's only the one, right? Sloth can still hold this other one pretty well. He's an Atlas, right? Zoe almost falling to the Giga Blast. Lylith dribbling. The pendulum swing used to dribble. Atsuro does have to burn the blazing pace to save it, but Lylith in the corner. Passes down. Flips. Answered by Atsuro. Cookie's now on the offense, looking for some sort of 1v1 against Sloth. Sloth has to burn this flip. Oni's Blade out by Cookies. Cookies in this corner. Cosmic Expanse answered. Geo has his own flip, and he's looking to get into the corner to get this offense. Atsuro dribbling up. Pendulum swing interrupted. Zoe pass up into the corner.
That's a goal for packet loss.
Yeah, Atsuro had no abilities to defend it with.
Just a clean shot into the goal.
Yeah. Zoe recognizing that all those other abilities were burned on this offense. Right, and they had this chance to defend this, but another first barrier taken on the side of TMCT, answered by the side of packet loss. Ooh. Flip barely missed. Atsuro had a really good clear there. But yeah, great death touch. Unfortunately, Zoe doesn't get this barrier off of it. Good passes, threading the needle from the side of packet loss, and hopefully they're going to be able to get something out of it. Cookies in the corner with a flip. Giovanni also has his flip, right? They could get this barrier anytime they wanted if they played this correctly, but Lylith gets it out of this corner, but it is back up to them, and Sloth has to put on a defensive clinic right here if he wants to save it. First flip out from Cookies. Geo has his own still, but there's no Cosmic Expanse anymore for Sloth. Lylith burning the flip, trying to stay alive. Geo looking really low, burns his flip, gets it with the lock and load, but it's at the cost of his own life. Now, can Cookies actually solo this? Atsuro has a flip of his own if he needs to, if she needs to hold it, right? Sloth looking in the corner, trying to save this. Atsuro flips it out, up to Cookies. Cookies shoots it at Sloth, but Geo actually saves this, right? Rose Orb almost goes in. Cookies dribbling in a 1v1. The EI rush isn't enough. Looks for the corner. Sloth keeps this defense going. Lylith passing. Another EI rush into the slashing strike that scores it. Great shot out by Cookies.
Damn, high octane. Sloth is holding it down pretty well though. Just not able to quite to get the momentum necessary.
He's putting this Atlas to good use, that's for sure.
Definitely.
Ooh, and a misclear out by Atsuro into the pendulum swing.
The
Actually
little primary sneak in between the team.
Yeah. And it gets that first barrier for the side of Packet Loss, right? And they really need this set, right? Going down 0-2 in that first game on Oni Village, it's not ideal, that's for sure, right?
Oh.
And, well, just as I say that, great teamwork out of Lilith and Zoe Laren. We are going to 0.5 of this set. This set could be crucial in determining the future of this game, right? We don't want to see something really good for like a Kai. Actually, it probably would be Kai sitting at level 7 right now, but if Packet Loss win, we might see like a rapid fire or prime time for the side of Lilith, but oh, Flip answered slightly late by the side of Sloth. Now, Flip, back by Lilith, Death Touch coming back to Zoe, looking for some sort of offense, throwing off the angle with that piercing shot. Now, together with Cookies and Geo, this is a really tough situation, very awkward, but it does go back to Atsu. Atsu does get it back up to Geo. Geo, lock and load, tries to get it, doesn't get it in this corner, has this flip. He can use it at any moment. Atsuro, passing it forward, Death Touch, interrupted by the barrage. Pendulum swing up forward, ejects back, just in time. Crystal Thorns waited out, has a flip for Atsuro. Now, is Zoe and Lilith going to be able to get this? The Whiplash misses out. The Slice and Dice looking for this goal to flip.
The core
Separated,
flip.
and it goes right
Unfortunate.
through!
Sends it right at the angle. No abilities to defend it.
Yeah, Sloth and Lilith setting up their own goalposts, and Giovanni says, alright, let's make this goal happen. Ooh, this is a tough draft, right? There's a lot of good picks here for this Kai. It could be a Chrono Boost, it could be an Orb Ponder, it could be a Quick Strike, right? But
Could be an
these picks are
Aerials
also...
to deny the Estelle.
Yeah, but in the end, yeah, it's Quick Strike picked up, the Bulk Up picked up because of the Reverb start, and having peak performance.
Oh, true, she did. Yeah. She did
Stinger
get
most
peak.
likely a deny from Zentaro, and well, Atlas gets Orb Ponder. That's almost as good as having this Twin Drive, right?
Yeah.
If this Atlas can get these orbs stacked, especially since this Zentaro doesn't have anything in terms of damage, like this could be the turning point for Packet Loss, even if they lost this set. But as I say that, they do lose that first barrier, almost the second. Atsuro dribbling well, she pushes it up, gets it past Cookies, almost to Sloth, Giga Blast out, passing back and forth between Lilith and Sloth. Trying to get it out in any way, but this defense is just choking them out. Piercing shot, interrupted by the barrage, but it's still just back in them. The flip gets a second barrier. Atsuro has to burn that flip. I mean, they lose one barrier for it, but it's not both at least. Cookies and Geo looking to dribble across this top wall. Atsu moving up. She barrages, and that's the goal!
Yeah. Perhaps there's just simply too much pressure with two hard forwards and a midfield goalie.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Even Atlas can't defend that much, right? Yeah, that Orb Ponder helps, but if you have one good offense, you can crack this Atlas, right? Oh, great clear by Atsuro, getting that away from the barrier, but unfortunately they do fumble this next one. Lilith and Zoe Laren looking for an opportunity. The Death Touch pulls it back. Up to Lilith, dribbling, looking for some sort of attempt on a goal, but the EI Rush actually does get that barrier, and well, it comes right back around. Zoe Laren looking for a good dribble. Stalled out by Cookies, but both Geo and Cookies have their flips effectively ready. Lilith up, looking for some sort of pressure. In this corner, it's really tough. Flip down. Actually cleared away from Cookies. Cookies with his own flip. And the EI Rush secures it on Sloth, taking down the orbs in the process.
That is devastating for Packet Loss.
Definitely, yeah. Not getting those orbs anymore in Sloth is really tough. They won't have this time to scale up, so they have to start winning these points without those orbs. First barrier already taken down by the Crystal Thorns. Geo taking a bunch of damage with no evade to work with. First barrier, they are looking really low. They could die anytime soon. But flip still available for Atsuro and Lilith.
Oh,
and that's Geo taken off the pitch. Flip missed out of Lilith, but both
Giving them the
people on
striker
TFCT
advantage.
have their flips. That's the last barrier down for Packet Loss. This could be the end of this game. Barrier does go down, and Sloth clears it away, looking for a 1-2 play, looking in this corner. Lylade, Rose warping back up. The Whiplash isn't enough. In this corner, sets up a piercing shot. Atsuro looking really low, but that's not enough for the goal yet. And, oh, the Astral Projection misses! And that's the first game.
That was a really unfortunate set of events for Packet Loss there.
Yeah, no, that's for sure.
Like, that's gotta be a hurt to the mental, right?
Yeah, probably, but I think they'll bounce back, right? If I recall correctly, I believe this was TMCT's map, so it's not the end of the world, right?
Yeah.
Packet Loss, I
Definitely.
believe, wants to take us to Taiko Temple. So let's see if they can have a
Yep.
better showing there.
I mean, it would be really nice if I actually knew something about all these players.
That's fair. I mean, to be fair, I probably know about as much as you, being from NA. But I occasionally I watched some of the qualifiers, some of these weeklies from time to time.
Yeah, I guess I probably should have done that.
Yeah. You could also take a quick look at, core strikes, right? Just talk to some of the players too, right?
hmm
Yeah, actually, you know what? I was completely wrong. This was actually Packet Loss's map pick, which is a little tough for them, right? They wanted to take us to Oni
yeah.
Village, and TMCT wants this Taiko Temple.
Yeah, definitely.
But yeah, going to Taiko, any interesting picks you want to see?
X. From my experience, X is a fairly good, actually a fairly good character on Taiko.
Yeah, I would agree.
Can't exactly pinpoint why. I just he just has like I think he just has a lot of control.
I mean, that's what it is, right? Taiko is generally a pretty closed map, right? So having that X who's able to stuff these corners pretty well, is
It's
good,
like Night
right?
Market V2, you know.
It's why on Taiko, like, there are these, like, what we like to call triple melee goalie compositions that are viable. So something like Asher Mako, or like Asher Atlas Dubu, Asher Atlas Mako, stuff like that, right? Where you can kind of force this core through like just yourself really easily with these abilities, right? These melee goalies are meant to be using these abilities to hold areas down, but you're holding the offense down is what you're doing with these, right? And X kind of fits a similar bill, right? Where you have this dash that can close up on these corners. You have this good strike reset on the ult, right? When you go strike, X Maximus strike. And you can get a lot of barriers like that, right? It's why I like relegating my teammate to X duty, right? On this map. But Explosive Entrance, Castellast, great pickups for X, right? Explosive Entrance, also really
definitely.
good for Aimes and Taro, right? These are pretty solid picks on this map too, right?
This definitely seems like gonna be a KO match.
Yeah, that's for sure.
We might be seeing an era with that castle last, perhaps.
Yeah. So TMCT is going to be on the blue side here. Packet Loss on the red side, right?
Yes. I
Otherwise,
believe so.
yeah, I'm excited to. Do you think we'll see a kitten comp like a Mako Era X or Mako Now X going?
It's possible. Depends on the bans, though. I would say. Might be seeing an X Centauro ban. Could be seeing an era. Who knows?
Yeah.
Might also see another Juno ban. Who knows? I know dash range on Juno is busted up the wazoo.
Yeah, no, it's really good on Juno, that's for sure, right? And Juno's also a really solid pick on this map as well, right? Being able to stuff these corners pretty well with slimes, right? It's a great pick, and probably one of my personal favorites.
Especially on maps with the walls in the middle, it's nice to have a character who can just be on both sides simultaneously. And we are seeing an X ban actually.
Yep. Not too surprised, right? TMCT doesn't want to see this X, right?
Yeah.
Or really pick it themselves either. I'm pretty sure Giovanni or Cookies, whoever is going to be playing this forward position, because I'm pretty sure both of them are like fairly flexible and can either of them.
It's like I'm a prophet. X and Centauro ban.
Yep. All right, guys. I guess we're going to like our Kazan or like our Asher, or hey, you know what? I'm really down to see a debut forward from either of these forwards.
Oh hell yeah!
Because it's really good on this map, right? And especially with
Which
Castellas,
definitely
right?
can do, yeah.
Castellas can stun this goalie and make their lives like an absolute living hell.
We're seeing an instant Kai pick again.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that goes over to Atsuro, right?
Yeah, possible Atsuro is just most comfortable on Kai.
Yeah, they do love the Kai, right? As we saw, like they did run up a lot, and out of everyone, they actually had the most redirects on their team. And
yeah.
well, tied for most redirects in the game with Lilith last game. Aimee picked up. Interested to see if this is going to be Lilith piloting the Aimee or if this is going to be Sloth. Because I don't particularly know if Sloth plays Aimee, at least nowadays, because I believe he did before. Okay, Aimee Vice, yeah. So I think this is probably the Aimee on goalie and Vice on forward. No Zentaro to round off this comp, but we might see something like an Asher if it's not picked up here.
I think I have seen Zoe play Asher before.
Yeah. Estelle, this is probably the Geo Estelle, I think. And I'm interested to see what this brawler pickup. Ooh, Kazan. Yeah. Compared to NA at least, there aren't very many Kazan pickups in EU.
Yeah.
And,
I think that's Zoe Julie.
Yeah, Zoe falling back to this Julie. Now, this is very
Explosive
interesting.
Entrance Julie. That's going to be very interesting.
So, at least in NA, right, there was a time, there was quite some time in between, right, where Julie was regarded to be a poor explosive entrance pick, right, because a lot of people hated this extra dash range and didn't know how to use it well. But as of late, a lot of people have really loved explosive entrance on this Julie, right, and have just adapted their playstyle, right?
Yeah, it's funny because people weren't using it when it was better, i.e. Super Surge.
Yeah, exactly.
Super Surge was so much better than Explosive Entrance, and people are only using it now. It's like really strange.
I feel like there's a slight asterisk beside that, right? For Julie specifically, I think this Explosive Entrance is a little more valuable just because of all of the impact tags that she has on her abilities. Right?
Yeah.
Compared to something like a Super Surge, which is better for like the Aimee, for the Zentaro, right? Where they have like those dashes which do a lot of damage, right? But on the other side, this Kazan, right? Not a pickup we usually see here in EU, but it's a very powerful pick, and I really want to see how this is piloted and who will pilot this, in fact.
Yeah. Maybe Kazan goalie? Let's go.
I wish. There's no way, right?
Yeah, probably not.
Yeah, okay, it'll be cookies on the Kazan this game. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, we have Explosive Entrance and Castellast. Anyone you think will pick up Castellast here? Like, genuine question. I don't know.
I'm thinking Vice could potentially pick it up.
Vice could, but again, if this is like
maybe it can be useful to have some extra speed.
Well, Castellast won't give extra speed; it'll just give for longer.
I know. I corrected myself in saying that.
Yeah.
Longer time to have that speed up.
Nope, we see 6 explosives.
Yeah.
And this is the Vice goalie and Aimee midfield.
Yeah.
Alright, let's see how this...
Also, apparently I have a bug
right?
that makes people start at half stagger. That's fun.
Oh.
Or visually, at least.
Yeah. Good, clears up by Sloth. Cookies keeping this pressure forward with this Kazan. Geo looking really low with no stagger to work with either. Atsu coming into this corner, trying for this offense. Sloth unfortunately isn't able to get this with this power core. Dash punch forward. Geo is like 1 HP, but yeah, packet loss converting off this corner. And Geo finished off by the firewall sentry, but on the side of TMCT, they're looking for this offense. Atsuro has no eject button to blink back to. Can Zoe and Lilith take control of this point with by punishing Atsuro? Now with no stagger of their own, right? Atsuro is left to kind of run off into the midfield. Lilith having to burn this flip, and now she's looking very dead. Sloth in this corner. Barrage interrupting his save attempt. Lilith looking to kill Geo. Back into this corner. Giovanni rose warps up, piercing shot, almost gets it in. Now we're back into overtime. Zoe trying to keep this forward. The Thunderstruck looking for this barrier. Barrier is gotten by this Flame Flurry. Atsuro bounces it off. The Crooked Leverage doesn't actually get that. Now Sloth with the flip, Zoe with the flip, looking to kind of get it to this offense in some way to score this. Great Cyber Sight, but doesn't manage to get much more because of the Giga Blast answering. Now, 3 members of TMCT in this corner. Unfortunate flip actually catches that corner and, ooh, almost goes in with the strike by Giovanni. Giovanni looking for some sort of pass. Falls up at the Crystal Thorns, and it's actually the pop-up that secures this first goal. Nice shots out of TMCT and an absolute ruthless offense. And, well, now, you know, Kazan has 2 forms. We're sitting at level 2, right? That was a very long set 1, or point 1, sorry. And, well, Kazan has gotten a chance to do well. And, well, as I say that, he just falls right off the map instantly. But the side of TMCT is trying to keep this up. And actually, Giovanni answers with a barrier with the Rose Warp, right? Zoe and Lila looking for, like, to patiently get this up. And the Firewall Sentry creeping into this corner. But can the side of TMCT defend this? No, that's the first barrier. Second barrier almost dropped. Giovanni has no energy to work with, but doesn't need it. The piercing shot just finds it. And well, TMCT looking pretty solid on this opener. This was their map pick. They're looking very comfortable, but Packet Loss isn't really taking this line down. They've shown some signs of life this map already. Right? Good flip out by Atsuro, but actually stuffed by Zoe with the punch and then the dash. Sloth looking for a clear up to Lilith. Unfortunate bounce actually grabs his own barrier. But in this corner, the Maddening Descent isn't able to really do much. Zoe and Lilith trying to keep this up. The dribbling out by Kazan's Pokey Stick. But it's actually almost Zoe who gets it in, right? The Supernova keeping into this bottom corner. Second barrier down for both sides. This is looking really tough. This first set already over. This Kazan character doing a lot of crooked leverage into strike. Yeah, this first draft, right? Pretty tough. If this, ooh, wait, this is actually really weird. The Vice could get extra special. The Vice could get Rapid Fire. Rapid Fire goes over to Kai.
Bull Cut Kazan. Well, oh yeah.
It's just good for Kazan in general, right? Like the damage. Right?
Prizefighter
Kazan also has
Julie,
Van Brace.
makes sense.
Yeah, Prizefighter and
and-
Julie has the potential to do pretty well, especially since Lilith went with the Among Titans to make this Julie bigger in hopes that, you know, it could secure them more kills.
Definitely a fitting pick. Oh,
Yeah, that's for
Cookie's
sure.
immediately trying to take out this Julie. He needs it. They need it on.
Yeah, they don't want that Prizefighter to have anything to deal with them. Now, Lilith, great blink off to the opposite side of the map, but good pressure out by TMCT, but amazing save out by Sloth. Right, great strike layering by the side of Packet Loss. Now, Lilith and Sloth looking to get this out. Cookies and Giovanni converting off to the opposite side. First barrier taken down, but actually Giovanni punished. That's a second Prizefighter stack now for Zoe Laren. Cookies in this corner looking to 1v3 and gets this barrier. Now, can the side of Packet Loss convert, right? Atsuro buying time with this barrage. Giovanni pushing forward. The Cyber Swipe getting the second barrier. Now, Sloth effectively in this 1v3 alone on this side. Now, this Crooked Leverage brings it back, but Giovanni is punished once again. No Prizefighter stack this time for Zoe Loren, and tries to fake out Atsuro, but Atsuro is ready. She actually saves that. Now, good self-pass with the punch, and another save out by Atsuro. And, oh, loses the strike board, but still gets us back out. Now, Giovanni, Cookies in this defensive area, but there's not much Atsuro can do there, and they fall.
Unfortunate with device special coming in right at that moment. Sloth is
Well,
ready for it.
There'll be another one coming up really soon, right? That's that extra special pickup we saw during the draft.
Mm-hmm.
And ooh, a great close strike to find both barriers. Now,
Yeah, you know, I was actually going to say before we started, are we going to see a double barrier? And we did.
yeah, we did. That's for sure, right? And
even
pretty
the
quick
best,
point.
even the best can sometimes fall for those.
Yeah.
So
We
you
had a
shouldn't
pretty
feel
good
bad
point.
when it happens in your games.
Yeah. Now, what's happening to Geo is, well, they're taking quite a lot of damage. And
there
taken off the
they
map,
go.
bounced off the taiko drum. Pass up to Zoe. Zoe does convert, get this barrier. Now the side of TMCT has no barriers to work with, and
the scary as hell secondary from Device there.
yeah, and you know, I think the MVP of that point might have actually been Sloth for tanking that Giga Blast so that Atsura couldn't save it.
I didn't even see the Giga Blast, damn.
Yeah, I saw the animation of it. But yeah,
I
no,
see.
both barriers taken down really quickly on both sides, right? Sloth burning that Supernova doesn't actually have it for this defense, especially if this Kazan gets in, but the Kazan burns this flip. Atsura looking for a clear down to Kazan, has a flip of her own. Now, Sloth and Lilith have to get this out. This hook strike actually does not get it, and this flip burned, but that's a third prize fighter stack for Zoe Laren. So even if this doesn't go in, it's not the end of the world. They still have these prize fighter stacks to work off of and kill off of. Giovanni looking for a good goal, but Crystal Thorns blocked by Sloth. Now, this offense continuing with this Firewall Sentry on this top side. Cookies coming back to defend. Lilith unable to get this to Zoe Laren. Pass up to Lilith. Oh, a kill bounced off the taiko drum. But it's up to Cookies. This Supernova is back though, and they're able to clear it out. Zoe looking for some sort of dribble, answered by the Rose Warp, and the piercing shot. A perfect setup by Giovanni to get this goal.
I will definitely say, from what I'm seeing so far, the pressure from packet loss has been a lot tighter this time around.
Yeah, that's for sure. I feel like they've struggled a little bit to get this pressure, but when they have gotten this pressure, they have like 100% converted. Now, I say that, but they did have a bit of a rough offensive sequence there, which does get answered by the side of TMCT, forcing Sloth to burn that flip, but the Firewall Sentry is placed in anticipation of that down clear. Now, it does end up going back to Sloth. Cookies trying to keep it in this corner. Lilith looking really low, but the flip off the stage is actually what kills Giovanni. Zoe looking for any sort of offense, does get this first barrier, looking for the second. Sloth reinforcing her, behind her. This glitch pop almost gets this offense. Down to Lilith. Lilith dribbling up. The Thunderstruck in this corner. Actually defended away. Lilith barely stepping away from the maddening descent. Doesn't actually die. In this corner. Doesn't actually have to burn this Supernova, right? Now, Zoe Laren back together. That first barrier going down for packet loss. Both. One barrier down on each side. Atsura is looking really low. Sidestep this dash punch. Now Lilith keeping this offense going. Sloth barely saving it out. But is actually hit stun and unable to save the second barrier. Atsura looking to be finished off, and oh, the Crystal Thorns up to Atsura, and that's the second set. A tragic loss for packet loss here. But hey, maybe this draft can turn things around, right? You never know.
Perhaps. I see a
First
team player
pickup.
there at least.
There's a team player, but I know this Vice would really love this specialized training, and I don't think Kai wants her to get it.
Yeah, Aerials is also a pretty decent secondary choice.
Could be a Deadeye 1-2 punch pick here. That's
Deadeye,
what I
definitely.
see. Answered by Hotshot and probably Aerials. And
Hotshot
then we might
is
see a size
quite-
pickup. Or
Yeah, Hotshot is quite terrible for Estelle to have for pack loss here.
hey, we might be seeing our team player Kazan goalie.
Oh yeah, true. The team player on the hard forward. Love it.
And I think the other thing to note is this Kazan already has bulk up, so this will just be red core whenever. Because if you know, for the team player Kazan threshold, you kind of need to have pauldrons for it to be perma red core, right? Which is that 30 power. Now this bulk up doesn't offer as much, but it should still be enough.
Yeah. We've seen so far that
Ooh, almost getting a second
hit,
kill for that prize
pretty much
fighter.
every hit that Cookies has been getting has been red, while Giovanni has been on the field.
Yeah. Now both barriers taken from packet loss, right? Recovery drone pop, but the Firewall Sentry doesn't actually get much of anything. Passed down to Giovanni, intercepted by the explosive entrance dash in this corner, and a good setup by Giovanni. Actually gets the kill off Sloth too. This is pretty tough, right? This Juliet has like a really good build for killing, but even when they kill, it's hard for them to get much of anything. And ooh, the flip burned, unfortunately, unable to get this kill on Cookies.
Yeah, and Giovanni having Unstoppable definitely doesn't help their case either.
Yeah, that's real. And
He
well,
is
Giovanni
just
getting that
immune
double
to
barrier with
PhDs.
this piercing shot. Oh, really smart Crystal Thorns out by Giovanni, actually kind of second hitting that Supernova, giving Cookies a chance to get that poke into the goal.
Yeah, and I believe Sloth did try to stall out his special long enough to not have it matter, but it just wasn't enough.
Yeah.
It went off automatically, and yeah, that was the goal.
But we are seeing some signs of life for Packet Loss. You know, getting that first barrier, Zoe picking up
And
that
there
kill.
goes the Cookies.
Yeah, and oh, on
And
the
there
other
goes
side,
Delilah.
Lilith answering, or getting answered. Now this last barrier down for the side of Packet Loss. This is looking pretty tough. One good Rose Warp. Now that Rose Warp is used, the flip out of Zoe just to clear it, right? They kind of have to, and oh, Sloth isn't there in time as Cookies dashes forward with the slip. And well, that's our third series of the day, folks.
Yeah. Unfortunate first set.
Yeah, TMCT taking a 2-0 victory over Packet Loss, and I think, was that actually a 6-0 in sets, or did Packet Loss win a set in Oni Village?
I believe it was a 6-0 in sets, yeah.
Yeah, pretty tough, right? And once again, Atsura showing the prowess of this eject button Kai, right? You see all these redirects having 30 more than what his like closest forward, right? This is definitely a pick to be worried about from Atsura, right? Now we are going to be having our final match of the day pretty soon, right? Fierce Fury versus ZZZ. I am very excited for that. Any thoughts of this Fierce Fury versus ZZZ matchup?
Well, I learned earlier today that all of the people on CCC are very likely to sleep in.
Hey, that's why I joined
think-
them as a coach. I almost overslept my casting block.
I think that's about the extent of my knowledge. I don't even know who's on Fierce Fury actually.
Yeah, so Fierce Fury, I'm actually not sure who's going to be playing for them today, but their four, I would say their four main roster players are Fang, Zarnif, Sake, and Donkers, right?
That's a
And
stacked team actually.
yeah, it's a really stacked team, and there's a reason why I believe everyone ranked them as number one favorite in the league, right? Outside of Lucas this morning, who put IME haters over them, but Fierce Fury was still second on his list, right?
Yeah, I mean, I know Sake has had like a really strong rise through the ranks recently.
Oh yeah, that's for sure, right?
And Donkers is a goated drunk man
Yeah.
or something along those lines.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm curious to see, right? Because
And, I
previously
mean,
in some
Fang-
weeklies,
Fang is just a goat, you know.
yeah.
And I mean, I'm hoping CCC go in with a bit more confidence than what Lucas had during the pre-show.
Oh yeah. I never got a chance to watch it, and I kind of want to.
Yeah, he put his own team at second worst.
Wait, worst or sorry, second worst, right? Yeah, I
Yeah,
guess
second worst,
the
seventh
rankings
place.
did have Windows as like unanimous last, right?
Yeah,
I still think all these
But-
teams are like really good.
if I remember correctly, it was Sloth that said they were a spot higher. So, you know, maybe we might see something actually. But maybe not this game. But
Yeah.
who knows? This could be Fierce Fury's worst game to date. They could be having a really bad day. There's
Yeah,
always a
who knows?
chance.
And yeah, I mean, we haven't gone into map pick bans at all yet, right? What did we cast today? We casted Oni Village, we casted Taiko. As long as we don't see either of those maps again, I'll be happy. I want to cast some different maps, some really fun maps. I want to see a Gates game. I want to see maybe a Clarion game, right? Something really fun.
I will say, KLB versus Windows. There was also an Oni match.
Oh, huh. Guess these players really like Oni, huh?
I think it's just a lot of them consider Oni better than a good portion of the maps in the pool.
Yeah, that's fair, honestly. I know in NA there's a lot of players who really don't like Oni, right? Just because, you know, it is a very slow map, but at the top level there are multiple like teams who really like it, right? Just because it shows some really like good team synergy, because a lot of Oni really is kind of hitting it into I'd like to say open space, right? But it's really just kind of knowing where to hit it, and that is the most important thing of Oni Village.
Sorry, I was spacing out. What were you saying?
Oh no, I was just gonna say a lot of Oni Village really is just like knowing where to hit it, right?
Yeah, definitely.
But yeah, I mean, otherwise, this will be fun, right?
I mean,
I guess while we're waiting for these teams to get like ready and maybe get to their map pick ban soon, what would you say your favorite map is to kind of play on?
I would definitely have to say it's either Night Market, Tycho, or Clarion. It's one of those. Clarion is the most fun when you're just playing casually, but I think Night Market is a better competitive map.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, I mean, on
Yeah.
my side, really, I like Atlas Lab a lot, right? It's a very, I'd like to say it's kind of like a neutral map, right?
yeah, I mean, yeah, Atlas Lab is definitely a fun map, for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I do also I enjoy most of the maps in this game, honestly. Like, there's not one in particular that I think is better than the others. I just tend to have the most fun on maps like Night Market and Clarion Chess Chamber.
Yeah. No, that's fair, honestly.
But like, I love black hole trick shots.
Oh yeah, no. There's a really fun black hole trick shot I actually did in a tournament yesterday night, right? I mean, I'll just try my best to describe it, right? So basically, we're kind of moving up offense, right? I'm playing enemy is we have like this now midfield, right? So kind of pushing up, right? About to get this really good goal. This now flips. We use the black hole to stuff the flip and score at the same time. It's it's certainly a fun thing to be able to use. Now, this map pool is actually very interesting. If I recall correctly, I believe it is big three. We have Clarion, we have Tycho, we have Gates, and the last one I believe is Demon Days. All pretty balanced maps, right? In terms of, you know, what you can play, right? Demon Days is a pick I've seen a lot of EU players really love, right? Seeing some of those Drakkar forwards, a lot of Zentaro enjoyers here in EU, right? All great picks on Demon Days. I mean, any other maps you wanna cast, right? Vals? Any other maps that you want to cast that you're interested to talk over?
Not particularly.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I always just want more Clarion love in the world, but I'm not expecting it to happen.
Yeah, no, Clarion is a really fun map to cast, that's for sure, right? There's a lot of shenanigans that go on.
Yeah. Shenanigans are the best. Agains.
But yeah, I mean, we are getting into this map pick ban, right? ZZZ, or sorry, Fury opting to be the team that decides this map pick, right?
Mm-hmm.
And our rosters for this game, we do have Fang, Zaranif, and Sake for Fury, right? So we won't be seeing Donkers on Fierce Fury today. And yeah, all of ZZZ's typical starting roster will be playing. We have Lucas, Kid Pan, and Nefarious Deeds, which is definitely going to be a mouthful to say, right? Anytime I talk about Nef or Byron or Nefarious Deeds.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I'm hoping to see Oni Taiko first round bans, right? Then we don't have to see either of them, right? Unique maps to cast.
Surely. Gates makes sense.
Aw, Gates is so much fun, but unfortunately ZZ doesn't look it.
There's the Clarion ban.
Aw, the fun maps are all banned out. Boo.
Yeah, the good players hate fun maps.
Okay, Night Market. Hey, I don't mind, honestly.
Yeah,
It's a different
I'm
map,
definitely-
right?
Yeah. Honestly, Gates is just sometimes a map I just completely forget exists. Like, and then I'm suddenly thrown into a match on Gates, and I'm like, oh yeah, this is a map. There are portals.
Yeah, Taiko Temple, game 2. Honestly, I'm less against Taiko Temple being picked compared to Oni Village, right?
Yeah.
Um,
Taiko has the funny drums.
Yeah, remaining maps left to be picked from. Okay, Demon Deus banned. We'll be seeing either Atlas Lab or Oni Village as our last map. Let's see what Fierce Fury wants to ban out.
Surely they banned the long map.
Nope, it's let through. We are going to be seeing Oni Village game 3 if we get to game 3.
It's just the same 3 fucking maps, I swear to god. No, wait, we did see a Demon Dice game. Never mind.
We did see a Demon Deus game earlier today, right?
It's the same 5 maps then.
But yeah, I mean, this Night Market pickup first. I'm interested to see if either team will be willing to play this Kitten comp, right? This Mako Era X, Mako Now X, right? Because they're very powerful picks on this Night Market, being this pretty closed map. Now able to cut off a lot of clears with this mine, being a great corner offense and corner defense character. Era, cutting off lots of areas with that Maelstrom. And X, taking advantage of this speed gate, not really being punished for being as immobile compared to something like a Zentaro or a Kazan or really any of those. Yeah, so ZZZ will be the blue side, and Fierce Fury will be red side for this character draft.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I believe, like, the only thing I really know about characters from people going into this is that Lucas likes Kai, and Sake likes Julie. That's about it.
Yeah, I mean, okay, Hotshot Primetime start here, right? Very interesting.
Yeah, that's useful for a lot of characters.
Yeah, it's pretty flexible,
fact,
right?
I can't think of a single character who wouldn't like this.
I wouldn't be surprised here to see if Sake pulls out this Kazan, being a pretty good pick with the primetime start, right? Sake is one of the known Kazan players in EU, and very good at piloting it, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Outside of that, really,
given the night market pick, I suspect it's possible we could see a rune ban here with the hotshot in play.
Yeah, that's possible, but I don't really know if any of these players are particularly fond of rune. Like some of our other rune players have already kind of passed today. You know, I know Lilith plays rune. I know Grim plays a lot of rune.
In fact, both of these awakenings are good for rune. That's
yeah. Lamacraft plays rune. Like a lot of these rune players are already kind of gone, right? They've already played their games today.
Yeah, and I mean, Donkers, their primary Juno is okay. We're seeing a Juno ban anyway, despite Donkers not being in the game.
Yeah, Donkers not being in, right? That's the most important thing, right? But Juno is still a very powerful character, right? And I don't think they want Zarinif to pick it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, never mind.
Now, on the other side, Estelle banned out.
Seems like a target, definitely.
I almost wonder if we'll see either teams pick up this Aimi as kind of, you know, Juno Estelle already banned. There won't be that other ranged midfield pick to support, especially with this hotshot. But then again, you know, there's the Era, both great pickups here on this map, right? Now, this first pick is going to be pretty important. Is it going to be pinching this midfield wall further? No, it's actually going to be the Zentaro, picked up by Nefarious Deeds. Yeah, answered by Era Julie, right? Sake, I know you mentioned Julie player, right? I know Zar does like this Era as well. I have seen them pick it, especially when they do play in some of these NA tournaments too, right? I played against them. They were playing Era, right? And they looked pretty clean on it, especially for being, I think, on like 100, 110 ping or so.
Yeah. Also, definitely a strong alternative to Era X if you don't have that X player on your team.
Yeah. And Alice picked up another pretty comfort pick actually for Lucas, right? Lucas is very comfortable on this Atlas, and I've seen them pick it a ton. In qualifiers especially. And with this hotshot, with this primetime, right? Both of these are great options for this Atlas, and I'd love to see this hotshot Atlas, and now getting picked up on alongside this Atlas. This is a very strong like pickup for really strong draft for ZZZ, honestly. And this is exciting. Era
so it looks like it's actually going to be an Era goalie, potentially, or an X goalie, who knows?
No, it should be Era goalie. This is the Era double brawler getting picked up, right?
Yeah.
This was, I believe, something that actually originated from EU before in NA Demons Raw picked it up. But yeah, no, this Era double brawler actually getting answered by Atlas now is really hilarious because both of these characters have really good anti-stuff ability, right? A lot of hit stuns, making the life of this Julie pretty tough. And also, Alice can prevent a lot of these kills from happening, right? And if this X gets like more DPS, well, now can sort of prevent that damage from happening too, right? It's very interesting to see how these drafts like are actually going to come into play, especially considering neither of these awakenings are particularly amazing for brawlers, right? Especially for Julie, you don't really want that prime time because it's gonna decrease the damage on that punch and kind of mess up your dash punch thresholds. And while this hotshot doesn't do that much for you either.
Yeah, no, the only thing that really you could say would be helpful for Julie in regards to hotshot is whenever you attempt to stuff, you'll get some extra cooldowns. Which, like, if you're attempting a stuff, you should usually succeed, but it can sometimes help.
Sure, honestly, you make a good point, right? If you're attempting that stuff, right? Instead of it being that 16-second downtime on something like a Julie dash punch, right? It might be down to like a 13-second or 12-second, right? You know, it's still not amazing, but it's better than nothing, right?
Yeah. But I would also say Primetime Era is fairly good.
Yeah.
I don't know why I said that. It wasn't related to the conversation at all. Oops.
No, I mean, it's perfectly fine, right? Primetime Era is a great pick. Just both on this map and in general, right? No, I'm excited, right?
Yeah. My favorite part about Night Market is that it's one of the only maps that where Mag Souls can be consistently viable.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not typically consideration for most players, but maybe for something like the X, because in this Era double brawler comp, it's typically this Julie that is playing the hard forward, and this X is kind of the midfield, right? And I mean, I've kind of seen this with a lot of players, right? A lot of players will be or a lot of teams will be putting their midfield player on this X, right? And then this Julie just be that like hard stuff brawler. It could be viable for the X, right? Because there's the Zentaro, decent amount of damage, but it's not a damage start really, right? So it's not like the X needs this Vambrace. They could probably get away without the Slicks and maybe go Mag Souls, but I think Slicks is usually better for them. So yeah, but it looks like we are going to be getting into game really soon.
It is possible this match might come down to who's able to control the center speed boost better.
Yeah, I think so, right? That's the most important part about Night Market, right? If Fierce Fury is able to get a lot of these center speed boosts, it's not going to matter that they're playing Julie X, right? They're going to have this movement speed to get around the map.
Yeah.
And on the other side, right? If Kidpan does pick up this Monumentalist on like an early draft, it could be over for the side of Fierce Fury, right? Julie and X both kind of struggle against this Monumentalist, and now does pretty well into Era, just as a normal midfield matchup. As we get into this game, we have 5 hotshots and a prime time picked up for Fang, and first goal already scored.
I also just realized this is Sarainov on Julie and Sake on X. Actually surprising.
Yeah, a little surprising. I know Zara is also kind of a fan of this Julie as well, right? I know. Ooh. Great double dashes out of both Zara and Sake.
Strong starting from Fierce Fury here.
Yeah. Let's see, no dash or no speed boost this time for Fang, and Neff does actually punish that, getting this this first barrier. Lucas trying to keep this defense going, has to actually burn this flip out, but down up to Neff. Oh, insane bounce off the Night Market middle, and a great EI rush to actually close this goal out. What?
Yeah, that's a clean solo goal right there.
Yeah, pure cinema with that shot.
I mean, I suppose that is the downside of Era goalie
Yes, a little weak on the defense, and well, Neff actually burning that flip really early, looking for that double barrier, doesn't get it, but in the end they do get both barriers. Lucas trying to keep this offense going, but isn't patient enough, and Sake punishes him for it, actually getting that double barrier. Kidpan almost falling down, and well, all this regen is actually doing a lot, making sure that they can't really die. Lucas with this astral projection trying to keep this forward. Zar in this midfield almost looking dead. Neff looking to finish them off, but even Kidpan burning abilities. That's a lot of abilities down on the side of ZZZ, but they don't get anything for it, and in fact they get punished getting both kills. Lucas, you have to shine here. This astral projection, another pass attempt, stuff. Good clear out. Pass down to Sake, and, well, no more abilities for Lucas, and that's the goal.
Unfortunate. Yeah, that was a really sudden turn of events, holy.
Yeah, that's for sure, right? Another interesting start, right? A lot of damage dropped onto Neff, but actually kind of healed up a little bit by Kidpan. Great offense by the side of Fierce Fury. Stuffed, the defensive clear actually stuffed out by Zarnif, but the side of ZZZ answering back for a few more goals, right? Sake looking for this bull rush into the X Maximus. Lucas having to burn this evade. They're looking on death's door, but the side of Fierce Fury trying to keep this Corb, not giving Lucas a chance to really heal. And, well, that's just the goal from Sake by a great pass by Zarnif. Now, this first draft is key. No Monumentalist, which thankfully for now, since their last pick, is not the end of the world, right? Explosive Entrance being first pick, this has to be a deny out from X. I don't think there's any other decision here. But I guess they just wait, and Zen gets this Explosive Entrance. And Atlas gets his Twin Drive. And I mean, I'm not really sure how to feel about this draft, right? It almost feels like ZZZ just hard won out on it.
I mean, I think it's called scaling for late game or something like that.
Yeah, no, that's for sure. I think they're they're setting something up. That's for sure.
I'm noticing also something. How you said earlier that usually it's the Julie that's the hard forward with the axe on midfield. They're not doing that right now.
Yeah, and I mean I think it's just the thing with the players, right? It's Zar is typically the midfielder on this team, right? Sake is typically this forward, and oh, great patience out of both Lucas and Sake. Lucas barely winning out on that interaction. Kidpan almost
Possibly
falling.
the most tense interaction we've seen all day, actually.
Burns the lifeline, burns the proximity mine. Neff, great passes down to Kidpan. Good save by the Expanse. And then the Celestial Intervention keeping Kidpan healthy. The abilities of this kind of double heal comp is really showing. Flip out by Neff, but gonna get stuffed by Zar. And a great shot out to the bottom corner, which does score this. Kidpan tries to pass up to Neff. The eye rush isn't enough. Both flips on both of these forwards for Fierce Fury. Kidpan looking to get this up. Flip, used. Pass, up to Sake, intercepted by the Astral Projection. Lucas says flip of zone. Who's going to win this interaction? Flip, up, around. Sake has this flip, kills with the X Maximus, but there's still a flip up. Can Kidpan stall this out for long enough? No, it's up to Sake. This Astral Projection denies the flip attempt. Now, this flip is still up. Flip, burned. There's nothing left, and this Oni's Blade used to kind of defend. Sake's looking pretty low. Can they take him out? Can they punish him for holding onto this flip for so long? Now Fang pushing up with the flip of zone and gets into the bottom corner. Good shot. Yeah, this Era double brawler combo has actually been shown to do a lot of work against this, right? And I think ZZZ needs to kind of change something about their plans, right? Hopefully in order to make this better, because they have some of the awakenings they need to make this work. And, well, they lose that first barrier on the side of Fierce Fury. Second pass up to Neff. Good redirects out of Fang, actually getting it out. And this awkward bounce, Lucas is able to save it. Back to the corner again. Flip, burned, kind of to not die to that Maelstrom. Both brawlers on the side of Fierce Fury looking a little low, looking damaged, ready to die if anyone from ZZZ really commits a lot of damage onto them, but it's not looking to happen, right? And in fact, it's actually Neff who's looking low, and Zar gets this shot. Yeah, and I mean, another barrier taken out from Fierce Fury, right? Their offense absolutely unrelenting. Dash Punch getting a second one, right? Kidpan having to run away from this X Maximus to not die, and they're just finished off by the Bull Rush. Nefarious Deeds has to keep this offense going alone, right? Or Lucas has to stuff this defense, right? But with two brawlers who are really good at converting, it's tough, right? Can they even get this defense going? Sake passes down to Zar, but Kidpan spawns back in time, and ooh, Neff almost taken off by the Dash Punch and the Bull Rush, right? Fang in a 1v2 doesn't manage to save this barrier, but has a flip for this goal attempt, right? Sake has a flip of his own for this offense, and they hit it around this astral projection. Lucas bringing it up to Julie. Now, that Bell Ringer hits it up. Sake doesn't choose to flip. This Oni's Blade up to Zarnif, up to Sake. This flip, Bull Rush, stuffed away by astral projection, but Lucas is dead, and Kidpan, oh, he saves it! And, oh, Sake in the end hits it to the bottom side and gets that goal.
Yeah. There's an insane save from Lucas, though. Not gonna lie.
Ooh, this is a very spicy draft. Rapid Fire, Catalyst, 1-2 Punch, Might of the Colossus. All great picks. Rapid Fire,
missile prop for Atlas as well, if he wants it.
I don't think anyone will take it. I think this is just an uncontested missile prop for Atlas, right?
Yeah.
This Catalyst might go to Kidpan, right? Yeah. Again, great pickups for the side of ZZZ, but we'll have to see if they can actually even use it, right? Because they had some good pickups last draft, but kind of struggled to put it into anything physical, any goals, right?
Yeah. Era now with a primetime rapid fire, which is
absolutely
terrible.
Devastating, right? I mean, on the side of ZZZ, at least they do get that first barrier, right? I wonder if Neff can kind of get the second one. Now Kidpan looking for this offense. The good slice and dice does get that second barrier. This might be the turning point for them. Kidpan moving up to this top side, surrounded by 3 members of Fierce Fury, and a great flip out of Nefarious Deeds.
Again, their goals are clean. Like, it's just, I feel like it's just a matter of consistency at this point.
Yeah. They're really not getting very many chances to get these goals, right? Fierce Fury is kind of choking them out on this, on their defense, right? And while Lucas, looking to be taken pretty low, has no stagger to work with, actually taken off the map. We have forwards in the net. Can Kidpan and Nefarious Deeds actually save this? No. Second barrier drop. Pass back up by Fang. Flip burned out of Kidpan to just get it out, but Sake still has a flip of his own, right? This could just get converted really easily. Bull Rush used, and he doesn't even mean the flip. The unfortunate expanse actually sends it into that bottom corner.
Should have been standing further in, clearly.
I think he might have died if he was.
Probably.
Oh, first barrier down, second barrier down. That's what the flip was saved for. Now Fang up, keeping this pressure. Flips, but actually answered by the Oni Blade. Can Nefarious Deeds convert this into something? Lucas getting beaten up on the backside by the X Maximus. Kidpan trying to keep this offense going. Lucas passing down. Both brawlers waiting for this this speed gate, and Nefarious Deeds trying to look for any sort of conversion. Sake keeping it, and unfortunate bounce.
An unfortunate save.
Yeah. Really unfortunate clear by Lucas. I know he was trying to get it into that corner, but it hit that tiny corner and then bounced off right to Sake. Now this might be this last goal of this this game, right? Kidpan already burning this flip. Pass up to the Oni's Blade by Nefarious Deeds. Does get that first barrier, does get that second barrier with the slice and dice. This might be their chance. They might need to get this this goal, right? And quickly too, right? Just so the side of Fierce Fury doesn't get a chance to build up flips, right? Nefarious Deeds with the dash, barrier taken down on the side of ZZZ, and actually Kidpan almost taken down. Czar has this flip ready, and a pass or a shot straight across from Nefarious Deeds ties up this set. Well, we could be going to set 4, right? And I really hope we do, right? This is a fun map to watch.
Yeah, I just realized that. Sorry.
What's up?
No, I just occasionally zone out thinking about something else entirely.
Ooh, a double barrier out by Czar,
Yeah.
and while Sake sitting in this corner trying to punch all the members of ZZZ in. 1 down, that's 2 down, that's the flip, and
Hey.
that's the goal!
They actually very nearly saved it there. Like, the pressure was insane, but it wasn't a clean push.
Yeah, that's for sure, right? I mean, in NA, we would have called that the most savable goal, and really, that's a pretty tough goal to save, honestly.
Mhm. Yeah.
You know, props to ZZZ for holding out that long in that specific situation. But yeah, I mean, as we can see here, Fang kind of putting in this work, stepping up a lot. We can see by all of these redirects, keeping this core forward, right? And the side of the double brawlers, getting 8 KOs this game and showing that, yeah, they can convert these KOs into goals, right?
And especially impressive with the double healer comp on the enemy's team.
Yeah, that's true.
If from my experience at least, it is not uncommon to see 1-0 KOs, regardless of your how much KO potential your comp has in against this sort of team.
Right, and even with this damage, right? Like, they had solid damage, like between the Now and the Zentara, and even the Alice was putting out some damage here or there, right? But it wasn't enough, right, to secure any sort of KOs. You know, with Fang shrinks, right, reduces that power, makes it a little tougher to secure those KOs and that size. And these brawlers kind of having stagger, having size, recovery drone on this Julie, right, making it harder to kill her. A lot of stuff really that kind of made the lives of ZZZ pretty tough. Now, a silver lining at least is that ZZZ's map pick was Taiko Temple, not Night Market. So hopefully, you know, they can show a little more comfort on their preferred map pick in Taiko Temple.
Only problem I could see is that Taiko isn't necessarily the same, but it is similar to Night Market in what kind of team comps you want to be picking.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I will say kind of similar, especially with a lot of these melee characters thriving. But I will say the difference is, as opposed to kind of double brawlers surviving, you're more looking for double stuffers in a way, right? As I said earlier today, right? It's like the Asher, the Dubu, the Mako, right? Obviously, a lot of teams don't like this double stuffer because it is kind of unreliable and it is very susceptible to getting out-killed. With the hotshot recovery drone start, though, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see something like that, but I don't think... Yeah, I don't think anyone in EU really plays Dubu forward, which is a little sad. It's a really fun pick to watch on this map. There are a lot of top-level NA teams.
But he doesn't play in
Oh, yeah, I know of Tan Man.
Yeah. But aside from that, I don't really know any... There's Skolicus, but he's just a norms player. He doesn't really do anything competitively anymore.
But I mean, yeah, there's a decent amount of competitive Dubu forward picks, at least in NA, and specifically on Taiko Temple, right? Because of that Tofu Fortress, you can kind of keep it trapped in that corner, and, well, this Now kind of banned away first.
Interesting of CCC to pick the Now band this time around. And
I believe this is Fierce Fury that is blue side this game.
Oh, did they swap? I wasn't aware.
Yes, they did swap, yes.
Let's see.
ZZZ is red side and Fierce Fury is blue side.
Okay.
Yeah, so Fierce Fury picking up this Estelle, right? Czar, another, known Estelle player. let's see what the side of. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see an Atlas pickup here out of Lucas, right? Being a pretty known Atlas player, being pretty comfortable on it. Era picked up for Kid Pan. Yeah, we could see like an Era X or something here, right? Slammed on 2-3. Era X is pretty solid on this map. Especially with now banned, right? Also, there is a very real chance this could be Estelle goalie. I know some players like this Estelle goalie on Tycho. But I wouldn't be surprised if this is just a normal Estelle forward.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Atlas Era picked up. Not too surprised by that.
Nice.
Vice picked up. Ooh, I'm interested to
Vice
see. Is this
goalie,
Vice
potentially?
goalie? Or it could be Vice goalie, it could be Estelle goalie. I'm not sure, actually.
We did see a Vice goalie early on Tycho.
Yeah, I would be more inclined to believe it is Vice goalie because Zarnif is, you know, a known Estelle enjoyer. And, well, Sake Zentaro getting picked up here. Also, pretty solid deny from Nefarious Deed since he's a very good Zentaro player. And we saw, like, there are a lot of clean plays out of him that last game.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, answered with an Asher, right?
Asher.
This could be a potentially tough matchup for this Vice, right? If they don't stick to killing this Asher can kind of run all over the Vice and get these unsavable goals for a ranged goalie like Vice. But on the other side, this offensive pressure out of Fierce Fury, right? It'll be pretty tough to deal with for ZZZ, even with like an Atlas. And yeah, let's see how this game goes, right? Do you anticipate everyone except for both brawlers go recovery drone? Or sorry, hotshot? Like being all our Atlas, our Era, our Vice, our Stell all going hotshot? I think it's pretty likely. But yeah, I mean...
Hello?
Yeah?
I believe I lost connection.
Oh, okay, welcome back, Vals. Right. Yeah, I mean, as I was saying right before you end up losing connection, right? You think everyone except the brawlers will just pick up the hotshot, or do you think anyone will go this recovery drone?
I mean, I'm expecting a hotshot from Estelle at least. It's likely from Atlas, but he may also go for that extra bit of size for easier coverage on a map like this. Other than that, a lot of these guys can use hotshot, but Asher especially just wants size more, I'd say.
Yeah, no, I agree, right? Asher with the size, able to take these strike wars a little more easily, right? But yeah, no, we are getting into this game, right?
And yeah, it is a Vice goalie situation.
Yeah, not too surprised, right? Now Fang, again, one of the best goalies in EUSL, known to be pretty flexible with his pickups for different characters.
Yeah, this is kind of what I expected. We got Estelle and Atlas hotshot. We also got a Vice hotshot. Other than that, it's recovery drone across the board.
Yeah. I'm not too surprised to see both brawlers picking it up, but I think part of the reason Kidpan kind of wants it is just because it does help that survivability a bit. And Sake almost getting that double barrier, but Zara able to convert and get this one barrier at least. A great offense. Good strike wars here from Fierce Fury, but yeah, no, I mean, it's really hard for ZZ to defend this. There's just so many interactions as these guys are winning, and the Chain Lightning actually taking the first goal. But yeah, I mean, we are getting started off this second goal. A lot of abilities burned out of ZZZ. They don't have much else left for this offense, and Supernova also burned by Fang. But they do get a good clear out to Zarnif, and Lucas getting another great clear out to Neff. Actually burning this flip a little early, but isn't really punished for it as he still has this Astral Projection to kind of keep it out. But now there is the punish, right? And right into the piercing shot he clears, and that's the second goal. But yeah, I mean, another start, right? That's a barrier taken down really quickly by ZZZ. Neff burning that flip. Flip on the side of Sake actually gets his first barrier. Second barrier stopped by the Asher barrier beam. Kidpan looking kind of low, so is Sake. Neither of them have much evade really to work with, right? Nor much stagger, but both of them have this recovery drone. Sake looking to kind of pop this off of Kidpan. Zarnif in this corner, Rose Warps forward. The Maelstrom cutting off that cross, right? Kidpan looking to be finished off by the EI rush, but actually isn't. Zarnif flips forward, down to Fang, flips, and actually straight through Kidpan it goes. And that's the first set. Well, ooh, this is a very tough draft for the side of ZZZ, right? This Vice will get something really good regardless, right? Estelle gets this rapid fire, which is amazing. Atlas, does he just... Yeah, he just lets this heavy impact fall to Vice. It's really tough, right? And the Zentaro gets explosive entrance, no? Or 1-2 punch even, but... I mean, yeah, this Arrow gets chrono boost. Yeah, this Atlas gets extra special, right? To kind of save these guys, but... I don't think this extra special is going to be enough, right? But yeah, we have a good offense out here, and, well, Kidpan's recovery drone already getting burned this early into the set. Same thing with Nefarious Deeds. This is looking really tough for the side of ZZZ, especially with that piercing shot in Crystal Thorns, and Nefarious Deeds also falling. Pass, back, forth, into the goal! But yeah, great Supernova, almost sending Kidpan off, but the Celestial Intervention.
Oh, that core flip. Oh, and there goes the striker advantage.
Yeah, striker advantage for the side of Fierce Fury, right? Flip actually burned out of Fang, out of Zar, and the piercing shot into the goal.
Yeah,
and Sake was ready to finish that off if that piercing shot didn't really go in.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely held on for as long as they could have. There's just too much pressure from three people at once versus two.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the side of this Vice really kind of showing why. Yeah, she's one of the best characters in the game right now, and good reason, right? Both as a midfielder and as a goalie.
Yeah, honestly, one of the most difficult things about this match that I'm noticing now is that Lucas almost always has to burn at least one ability for every defense.
Yeah.
Fang just completely standing still to defend that.
Yeah, and he's able to just kind of strike it out, right?
Man.
And Zara just finishes that off, right? This is a very fast map going for the side of Fierce Fury, right? This is really not looking good for ZZZ.
We are really just going to see in all washes today.
We might. I mean, look at all this.
I mean, maybe CCC can pull this back. It's not looking in their favor, though.
I mean, Stinger for Vice. This Vice has literal Exodia build, right? You have the Hot Shot, you have the Heavy Impact, you have the Stinger. This Vice will just kill you by sneezing on you.
True. We do have to cast the Last Chimera. That could help potentially a little bit. Longer shrinking.
Yeah, I mean, I think
Actually, cast the last Aang Prona boost. That's actually an insanely long time you'll be shrunk for if you get hit by that primary.
True, and I mean, if we think back to how this draft went, right? I think we can see exactly why Fierce Fury wanted to ban out Kid Pans now, right? So they can't get this Atlas now and completely like stuff out this KO comp. We're seeing some good clears out of Lucas though, right? Keeping this point alive. They get both barriers. This might be the time for ZZZ to take something back.
Yeah. Various Deeds falling back. Lucas moving a bit forward.
And actually regens out of being staggered. This Bewitching Beam looking for this goal. Nefarious Deeds looking low. Still has this recovery drone if nothing else. Keep themselves alive. Czar moving up. Rose Warp. Oni's Blade doesn't actually get this. The Slashing Strike. The Flip. Looking for the double barrier. Cleared out by Lucas.
Getting it.
And, oh, this barrier beam actually saved by Fang with a strike into the power cord. Another power cord actually keeping this out. And, oh, the piercing shot for this double barrier. This is looking absolutely disastrous for the side of ZZZ if they can't save this. And, well, 2 flips for the side of Fang if they need it.
Oh, and the flip from Lucas hitting it all the way across.
Yeah, a
Fang
really,
not quite
really
in
awkward.
position to defend it.
Yeah, really awkward angle, honestly. Getting
Definitely.
it around Fang. And hey, I mean, at least for morale, this is kind of what ZZZ needs, right?
Yeah, definitely.
That's the first barrier. Hey, we might see more of these. Flip, burned out, looking for this double barrier, doesn't actually get it. Stopped by the pad splitter. Into this corner though, great save out by Lucas. Nefarious Deeds using this flip to get it out. Looking for any sort of pass. In this corner with the barrier beam, doesn't really get much. Sake, low.
Really trying to push that.
Low. Ooh, that's the first barrier. Second barrier almost coming down. The side of ZZZ all looking really low. The Oni's Blade actually taking Nefarious Deeds off the map.
Atlas Special managing to save Nef there from having to use his recovery drone.
And well, because he's saved, he actually gets that second barrier, right? Fang has this flip and still waiting to use it in case he needs it, right? But Kid Pan looking low.
Nef actually close to a core flip right now.
And I think they might need
And
to
he
flip
goes
this.
for it, and it just barely caught by Fang.
Yeah, answered by Fang, and Fang sitting up with the supernova can't really stay because Nef keeps this up. Actually goes around Lucas. Lucas isn't even able to save this. Nef and Kid Pan looking up.
Angle.
And
there it goes.
A great pass up to Sake, hits the slashing strike to the top corner and gets this goal.
Insane.
I mean, this game is really tough, right? I think part of the reason why... Yeah, it was a really fun interaction. I think also that part of the reason why this is a little tough, right? Oh, flip burned out of Sake is just because Kid Pan isn't really getting to interact with the core very much. Constantly being thrown around the map everywhere, damaged, and just almost always staggered. And we can see that, right? By the fact that Kid Pan just ticked over to level 4 and Czar is almost halfway to level 8.
Sorry, missing the primary there because the core was too close to the wall.
Yeah, I mean, Kid Pan looking for some sort of conversion, but ooh, it's actually Sake's taken off, but answered with Kid Pan.
Now
right?
it's a 2v2 situation.
Low. It's a 2v2, but Nef is low, but has this recovery drone, right? Can they stall long enough to get that last member for both sides, right? This breakthrough almost getting in, but Fang, patient, passes up to Sake. Zarnif and Sake keeping it, this offense going on this top side. Pass, 1, 2, Rose Warp, doesn't get it in. Stuffed by the Expanse. The Pat Splitter looking for this cross attempt to clear. Fang has this flip, doesn't even need to use it. Now, this Astral Projection looking for this this corner. And Fang keeping it cleared. Patience up to Sake and just 1, 2 and straight through. And that's the goal.
1, 2 free pass. Yeah, we should start calling that the 1, 2 free pass, I think.
Yeah, back in beta that used to be called the Team Collab.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a great name.
But yeah, I mean, again, Kid Pan, no energy to work with and already being taken really low. But Nefarious Deeds doesn't really care, keeping in this corner. Wins another strike or actually gets it in. The Bewitching Beam almost going in. And this is both barriers down for Fierce Fury. This might be the chance for ZZZ to actually take something. Sake has this flip, and a weird bounce off this Taiko drum, almost sending it in. Sake wants to burn this flip, actually burned by Lucas, but stopped by the unfortunate Maelstrom by Kidpan. That's the second barrier down. Neff has this flip, so does Zar. Zar tries to flip Neff off, and Kidpan is the one that's taken off, but Neff flips, doesn't actually go, but looking really low. This is a 1-2 pass. Lucas in a really tough situation, and that's the game.
Unfortunate flip there. Got a bit desperate at the end.
2-0 over ZZZ.
Yeah. Honestly, I wouldn't say that was necessarily a bad showing from CCC. It was just more so the overwhelming dominance that Fierce Fury had.
Yeah, no. I don't think I'm particularly disappointed in ZZZ. Like, they did what they could, right? But Fierce Fury is just that good. And as I said, right, Kidpan being completely focused down is really visible here. Considering, you see, like, they only have 58 redirects, right?
And 9 shots.
Yeah, they were not allowed to live, right? Any moment that Kidpan kind of showed up on the map, the side of Fierce Fury said, yeah, we don't like this midfielder. Let's get him out of here. And that's exactly what they did, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, that closes out our games for the day, right?
Yeah, that's a...
I am really excited to see how this next week comes along. Everyone, don't go anywhere. In a little bit, we're going to be coming to a post show with me and a few of the players from today.
Yeah.
Any last words, Vals, before we head off?
Stop banning Clarion Corp.
Yeah, I'm excited to see some Clarion Corp, guys. Stop banning Clarion Corp. And, well, that's all, folks. Stick around for the post show in a little bit. Thank you.
Yeah. See ya.
Well, everyone, the first day of EUSL matches has come to an end. I, Ether, am here with Venom, Yami, Atsuro, and Sloth. Welcome, everyone. You guys want to say hi?
What up?
Yo.
All right. I mean, we can get started with our first match of the day, right? Venom, Yami, you guys ended up taking it 2-0 over Fingerless.
Yes.
I saw that today you actually played with Umi instead of Rekosed. Is the plan to kind of swap with both of them as like a 4-person roster, or was Reko just unable to make it today?
The latter one. So Rico's is unable to play right now, so we're kind of using Umi as a sub, but Rico's will be able to play soon. It's just like for today and probably next week as well he can play. But after that, it's gonna be Rico's again.
Yeah, interesting. And I mean, how does it feel to kind of play with Umi as opposed to Rekosed? Like,
So, the good thing is that I teamed up with both. Like, I used to play with Umi, I played with Rico's until recently and just now. And yeah, so I have pretty decent flow with both of them, and I'm kind of used to what they want to achieve. So I'm pretty much fine with playing with both of them.
yeah, no, that's great, right? Now, I mean, I'll throw it over to Atsuro, right? Another 2-0, right? Third game of the day against Packet Loss. Both games, actually, you got your Kai, which is, one of your
To be
known
honest,
really good
I did
picks.
not want the Kai. I do not enjoy playing that character.
Oh, you don't?
I really wanted to play Luna game 1, but they banned it from me. So.
Oh, yeah, I know. Before, you've kind of said you really like this Luna pick, but I mean, your Kai is really good, right?
No,
yeah, you mentioned.
I haven't really picked Kai in like a few months, I think. Like, I've been avoiding the character as much as I can just because I don't enjoy playing it too much, but...
Yeah, I mean-
sometimes when like the team wants me to play it, I'll play it, but...
Yeah, it's really just being reduced to Kai duty, right?
Yeah.
It's like how I like making my brawler go on X duty all the time. He doesn't enjoy it. But yeah, I mean, any thoughts? Are we going to be seeing more Luna this season? You think?
I
Mates?
hope so. Like, to be honest, the plan was I was gonna play midfield and I was gonna let Gio goalie.
Whoa.
But, like,
that's
Gio's been
spicy.
practicing goalie and I have not been playing the game. So I was gonna go midfield.
Interesting. Yeah,
And,
I'm.
I really wanted
I'm
to bring out the
curious.
Octavia, but my team drafted around me, so I wasn't allowed to midfield on those maps.
Oh, that's so sad.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's actually good to see, TMCT having that flex potential, right? I'm curious to see if it'll kind of come out later in the season, right? Don't have to leak anything yet, outside of what you've
we'll
already
see,
said.
We'll see.
But yeah, I'll throw it over to Sloth, right? Same game, unfortunately. It was a tough loss for you guys. But you guys, I think you guys had a solid showing, right? A lot of like good teamwork, like good coordination plays. It definitely never looked like your guys' mental was really like shattered, right? You guys always looked like you were willing to make these plays, and I think part of the reason you guys did lose was just how good TMCT really is. How do you feel going into the upcoming weeks?
I mean, going on the game really quick, I think we just didn't have the showing that we were like used to. Had a few smaller mistakes, which it happens. It's mental-wise, I think we're still pretty alright, right? Bad games happen, bad days happen, and we're going to continue to have that mindset and try to be the best team that we possibly can. We're still playing the contest to win, obviously, and looking up at the next few weeks. Obviously, next week. Already pretty rough, but gotta keep our head high. Again, bad days happen, and focus on making sure that Venom gets handed his first L next week as well.
Hey, I mean, as long as you keep your mental up, right, it should be fine. Yeah, these first few matches this season are going to be pretty rough for you, right? Starting with TMCT, going into Packet Loss, and the week after that, you're also going to be facing KLB. But I think compared to the first two, KLB is a little bit more manageable for you guys. I know a lot of the players, at least in the pre-show ranking, put you guys pretty similarly around one another. So yeah.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think generally speaking, for the entire group stage, right, top 4 make playoffs. So
Yes.
I think the main battle is going to be for that 4th position between like 2 to 3 different teams. And that match against KLB in week 3 is going to be pretty important to us then as well to win, because I think they are one of the teams that will be contesting that 4th slot for playoffs.
Yeah. Now, I mean, I'll throw this question to all of you guys, right? You know, EUSL, right? It's finally started. It's been kind of in the works for a few months, you know, talking about it, getting things up together. How do you guys feel, right? You know, after like the whole fiasco of EPL and stuff, right? Now actually getting our own league in EUSL, similar to NASL. I'll throw it over to Venom first.
Yeah, I do think I'm pretty optimistic that it's gonna be a better program than EPL was. There, of course, was some turbulence in the first game, but after that, it seemed to be going pretty smooth. And overall, I just like kind of the vibe more than EPL presented. So yeah, I'm pretty confident.
Yeah, I mean, great to hear, right? Atsu, any thoughts?
Yeah, I think it's gone pretty well so far. Like Lila, Zoe doing a great job managing everything, and of course, Peter, all our casters, you know, myself. Shout out us.
Shout out us for real.
Shout out to the casters for real, and I mean honestly, everyone behind the scenes as well. Sloth, throw it over to you. Any thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just happy it got together, right? Obviously, being on the same team as Lila and Zoe, I know how much work they are putting into this, and I'm very happy whenever it does go well. And I know there's already plenty of good stuff planned. Everyone's working really well and doing a wonderful job. I'm happy that there is a league because I do think it's a more entertaining aspect than just a weekly tournament, in my opinion. So happy it got the ball rolling, qualifiers went well, and now that the season is underway as well. Very happy for that. And again, shout out to Lila Zoe, my goats.
Yeah, I mean, considering it's not a weekly tournament, right? There's a lot more at stake, and yeah, one bad week could kind of mean the end of the season, right? And it's not just like, oh yeah, we'll just come back, we'll just win next week, right? But yeah, I mean, I also kind of wanted to ask you guys, since EPL, right? EPL, I believe, was kind of everyone could just pick whatever, really. Snake Draft, I don't think was in yet back when EPL was a thing. How do you guys feel about Snake Draft now? Like, now that it's out?
Honestly, I'm kind of liking it. It's pretty fun. It gives me more excuses to not play Kai, so that's pretty nice.
Yeah, that's so true. You know, people could ban it, people could pick it away from you, right? Now you're
I'm
not
like,
forced
oh
on Kai duty
no,
anymore.
oh no, they first picked it. What should I do?
Yeah, I mean, same thing
Now I
with me
have
and
to play
Juno,
Kai.
right? Like, I've lately been just picking other stuff, and I've been like, oh, please pick my Juno away from me. Please pick my,
Yeah.
or please ban it away. I don't want to play it anymore. But yeah, I mean, I feel you.
I do personally also think like the Snake Draft in itself is a pretty decent system. What I do have to say though is that the char pool is pretty limited, especially for the characters that are like pretty good. So there's like for some characters, obviously, like those one or two characters that are gonna be stronger than someone else, and then you kind of like forced to like ban them if you're like not first pick or something.
Yeah.
So I do think it's better. I also think though that it should have been implemented if there was like a larger char pool, which is
Yeah,
like,
and I think
sadly not
part of
gonna
the
be case anymore.
Right, yeah, I agree. I think part of the reason is also, I think why they implemented it now was just things were just getting a little stale, right? In terms of the meta.
Yeah,
I think they just felt like they had to shake it up.
Zen,
Yeah, it was just always like Estelle Zentara, just like mirrors, right?
Yeah.
And it was kind of a little boring, right?
Yeah.
I'm happy they implemented Snake Draft personally, but it is, you know, little small character pool for it to have been implemented. Now, Sloth,
Yeah.
I'll throw it over to you as well, right? Any thoughts?
Yeah, I really like Snake Draft again for the same reasons already mentioned, that it just changes stuff up, right? It makes every game feel a bit different as well. And it also adds a new level of skill expression to the competitive scene, right? Because there is a thing as just simply out-drafting your opponent now. Before, you just played the same comp on the map because it's the best one there. Like, good example in EU we had was Night Market with Era X Julie. Everyone just played that because it just was the best comp, and unless one side ended up banning Era, you just saw those mirror matches. And now there's more strategic ways to ban out a character, to private pick characters, or even just to deny very strong characters for the enemy team. And furthermore, I do think there's one small downside, and that is because there are so few characters, and the balancing is at times not perfect. you're going
Mhm.
into maps where blue or red side is just clearly favored, depending on how many OP picks there are. If there are like
Yes.
3 OP picks on a certain map, if you're blue side, you can, or if you, let's say bans have already gone through, there's still 3 OP picks open. Red side is just better because they get
Yeah.
2 and blue can only take 1.
I
Which
think the
can be
issue also
difficult.
kind of comes into is with roles too, right? You can also with blue side, it's generally stronger because you can kind of force those roles in. Like, let's say you do pick up the quote unquote only good forward, and the remaining 2 good picks are midfielders, right? Your red side is in a little bit of a tough situation.
Mm.
But
I
yeah,
just-
I
I just-
mean,
Like
Yeah,
the
go ahead.
diversity that's been added. I just like the diversity that has been added. It makes it more entertaining to play, but it can feel very bad at times depending on map drafts, starter awakenings, and all
yeah,
that.
no, I agree. I mean, a lot of people have been kind of a little averse to change, right? And there are many people who are super hesitant with the implementation of snake draft. But I think overall, it has gone over pretty well, right? A lot of people have loved it. Now, I mean, let's actually take a quick snap back to today, right? Our matches. Game 1, obviously, we had IME haters taking a 2-0 over Fingerless. Game 2, KLB 2-0'd Windows. Game 3, we had Teenage Mutant Cringer Turtles 2-0ing Packet Loss, and the final game we just watched, Fierce Fury 2-0 ZZZ. Any thoughts about these matches, guys? Anything unexpected, or did things just go about as you expected? I'll actually start with Sloth this time.
Overall, I feel like it went about as expected. Obviously, from my own view, it would have been nice to have a more competitive series against TMCT in terms of just set amount. But I think overall, day 1 went about as expected. I really liked the way Windows played their first game, like getting it to a set 5 against KLB, which was a positive surprise. But other than that, I think day 1 did a nice job, kind of like already splitting into these are probably going to be the better teams, these are probably going to be the worst teams.
Yeah, honestly, that's completely fair. Right now, over to Atsuro. Right? Any thoughts?
I mean, I think everything went about as expected. I mean, honestly, I thought my game against Packet Loss would have been a bit closer, because I haven't been too confident recently. But yeah,
Yeah, that's
about it.
completely fair. Now, actually, going back to Windows, right? Actually, I'll let Venom Yami give their opinions first before I ask this.
Yeah, I mean, I pretty much agree with Sloth and Atsuru that it pretty much went as expected. I did, however, not expect that the first game against KB, like Windows against KB, is going to be this close.
Mhm.
They definitely played better than I anticipated. But overall, it was pretty much how everyone thought it was going to go. But I do think
Yeah,
a lot of teams have potential. Everyone is just starting out. Like, for example, I also think Fingerless, even though they had a bit of a slump in the second game, it didn't look as strong as the prior match. I do have high expectations of them, and I think they're gonna be better over the time of the regular season.
Yeah, and I remember even in qualifiers when I was watching their games, I did see Oneka and Ayuki have some like really good moments where they were just synergizing well together, right?
Yeah.
So I do see some potential in it. Now, throwing it over to Windows for a second, right? I know today we did have Nitron coming in for Nerith due to some unfortunate situations on the side of Nerith, right? Any thoughts? Do you think that was kind of the big switch that made Windows play a little better? You know, the mercenary of EU kind of coming in.
I think
any thoughts?
Nitron is a good player, and in my opinion, he is probably a little bit better than Nerf. But considering that he's playing on his off role, I don't think it makes too big of a difference.
Sure, yeah.
Like, they're about the same when they're playing like Zen or whatever.
Sloth, Venom, anything you guys want to say, or want to go to next week's matches
mean-
real quick?
Nitron, he did have some experience on forward, and I do think he's a little bit better individually. So maybe that also added the factor why the game looked closer than most people anticipated. But yeah, he mostly plays midfield, so I guess it doesn't
Yes.
make that much of a difference.
I would personally say the bigger difference that was a little bit unexpected was that I think Wood played really well. I think he was doing a really good job defensively and held down a lot of situations, which just extended the game further and allowed Grim and Grim and Nitron to then set up more offensive plays. So I do think there's some credits to be given to Wood for that, especially game one, right? That they were able to go to set 5. However, I do also would agree with what Venom and what Otto's already said. Nitron, on average, I would say a better player, maybe edges out Nereth a little bit, but I don't think he was the deciding reason why they would have gone to a set 5.
Yeah, and I mean, I think most likely, I believe Nitron will be playing for one more week for ZZZ. I could be wrong, or sorry, for Windows against ZZZ. I could be wrong, but and then I think Nereth should be back by week 3. But yeah, let's take ourselves into this next week of matches, right? We have IME Haters versus Packet Loss, TMCT versus Fingerless, ZZZ versus Windows, and KLB versus Fierce Fury, right? I kind of want to take a look at that first match, or that third match, ZZZ versus Windows. Both teams that kind of had a bit of a rough first week. Both, getting 2-0'd, and having some tough showings in some of their maps. Any thoughts? We can start with Venom Yami.
I personally think ZZ is gonna take it. Even though they had a pretty good showing against KB in the first match, I still do think that ZZ should have the upper hand and that they would win. But I also expect, I wouldn't be surprised if it's gonna be a close game or if Windows also might win. But yeah, my favorite on that game is ZZZ.
Atsuro, thoughts?
I agree. I think ZZZ is probably, I favor them to win. It just depends for me if like Kidpan decides to grief or not.
Yeah, he had a bit of a tough match on Taiko today, especially with getting kind of perma-killed by Fierce Fury.
Yeah, I mean, I love the guy. He's my bestie, but he can be hard to play with sometimes.
All right, Sloth, any thoughts for you?
I think I'd also favor ZZZ. However, I also wouldn't be upset if Windows can take what they did this week, continue to implement it more and improve on it a little bit more, and then have pull out a surprise win as well. It is still favored to ZZZ, and I'm expecting them to win, but it's not going to be world changing if Windows does end up taking that.
Yeah, no, I agree, right? And then another important match, right? Fierce Fury versus KLB. Do we think it'll be a stomp or no, right? Fierce Fury kind of had a really good showing today. But KLB, one of the old guard teams that were here for quite a long time. We'll start with Atsuro. Any thoughts?
Yeah, I think Fierce Fury will probably take that one. Sake is a really good player and probably the best forward in the tournament at the minute, I would say. And I'm not sure if KLB will still be playing with Layfire next week, but I think that could also change things. If they have Kekle back
if KLB is playing with Kekle, right? Do you think that gives them a better chance to beat Fierce Fury?
Yeah, I think it definitely would help out a little bit.
All right, Sloth.
I think for that series, it would be Fierce Fury favored, but I think it's mainly gonna come down to map draft than what they're gonna actually end up playing. Because KLB, I feel like, are rather very hit and miss with the maps that they're playing on. If they're on a map that they're experienced on, they're easily still competing at the top level or are one of the 2 top teams. But if they're maybe being thrown into a map that got released when they weren't as active, let's say like a Gates or something, it could get a little bit dicey for them. Fury should be favored still, but again, I think there are avenues that KLB can pursue to be competitive in that series.
Yeah, Venom Yami, thoughts?
Yeah, I would also say that Fierce Fury is probably gonna take it, but I definitely wouldn't count out KLB. They have been a team quite a long time ago, and they have been like at the top, like had some insane showings, and because of that, I would definitely not count them out. But yeah, I think when it comes to recent performance, Fierce Fury is definitely gonna take it.
Yeah, no, that's fair, right? And I think I'd probably agree with you all, right? You know, I think Fierce Fury is favored in that match, but I think it'll be kind of close, right? On the other side, you know, we have these like 2 first matches of the day, IME Haters versus Packet Loss. I know we had a bit of a discussion earlier. It'd be a pretty tough match for Packet Loss. TMCT versus Fingerless. I personally would probably favor TMCT a little bit, but I think Fingerless has a chance to take this too, right? Venom Yami, I'll throw this right over to you. What do you think about this match?
Yeah, I would also say that, which game was it again?
TMCT versus Fingerless.
TMCT was, yeah, I think TMCT, like you already said, is definitely favored. I think Atsuru mentioned already that they're like kind of, oh, who's gonna play goalie, who's gonna play midfield. I am of the perception that like Atsuru is like an insane goalie, and that Gio is also has more strengths when it comes to midfield than goalie. And I think if they don't swap, I would definitely give it to TMCT.
Okay, Atsuro, any responses to that? You want to have fun?
I want to play Octavia one game. But no, I mean, I think we can win. It just depends. Like, if they get Julie and we get farmed for like 30 kills, then we probably lose. But I think the only win con is if we just get KO'd over and over again.
Yeah, that's honestly fair evaluation. And Sloth, same sort of stuff.
Same story. Yeah, I think TMCT overall is just gonna be that more consistent to compare to Fingerless to take home that series.
Right. Now, first match of the day, right? I left this one for last because we have 2 players from it here. We have Venom Yami and Sloth. Atsura, I'll leave you to the very end. But first, you know, Venom Yami, thoughts on the IME Haters versus Packet Loss? Anything you want to say to Sloth?
Yeah, all the respect to Packet Loss, and they are also like a well-established team like KB, and they have also had some good showing. Not as big as KB, but they have shown that they have what it takes to like take off games of the top teams. So I'm not gonna underestimate them, but I do think that we will win the game. Although Sloth said he's gonna give us the first L. But yeah.
All right, Sloth, you want to back that up?
Yeah, I mean, it depends what kind of take do you want. Do you want the realistic take or do you want the overly confident one?
No, say what you want. Venom Yami is right here in front of you.
Well, he was realistic with his value will be as well. I do think we have avenues that we can pursue, and there's definitely. I don't think it's a done deal, but I would still count it as an upset if we do end up beating them. Mainly as well because even though the Amy Haters as that team the name doesn't exist for that long, right? Venom, Alex, and Reko have played the Eurocup together and won that. They're all really strong individuals with really strong picks as well that need to be considered. So there's definitely a lot of homework that we need to do preparing for that match.
Yeah.
We're still going to try to keep it as competitive as possible and take those wins. But it's most likely going to be an uphill battle for us.
I hope to see a banger of a game, that's for sure. Now, Atsuro, as the hopefully non-biased party,
Well,
sitting
I'm
between
very
these
biased,
2 players.
actually.
All right, let's hear this bias.
Yeah,
Who's
okay,
winning?
so personally, so it's like I want Packet Loss to win, right? Like, it'd be cool if they win. You know, I hate this Venom guy. He's annoying.
You have been very vocal about that.
However, I think it's probably a bit favored towards the IME Haters.
All
I
right.
think they have a stronger goalie presence, you know. No disrespect. But...
That's fair.
No worries, none taken.
Yeah, well, with that in mind, you know, we've kind of reached the end of day 1 of EUSL, right? Before we send ourselves off, I'll give each of you guys a chance to kind of say anything, shout anyone out, right? Starting with Venom Yami.
Yeah, I'm gonna shout out my personal teammates, Ricost, Alex, and especially Umi for being so willing to sub for us. That really helped us out. Like, he's obviously an insane player, so I wouldn't consider it a downgrade. when we are not playing with Rikos, even though also Rikos is like an absolutely insane player. I wouldn't consider it a downgrade. So yeah, I just want to thank them for teaming up with me. Because at the beginning I was like, oh, are we even gonna play EUSL? Then Alex came to the rescue.
All right, Atsuro, anyone you want to shout out?
I would say shout out Bingus to Bingus in chat. She's good.
All right, Bingus to Bingus, you got your shout out. And Sloth.
Well, I'll shout out obviously to everyone in Packalos and everyone organizing this. Again, I'm gonna play the generic card. Everyone that's working in this, assisting and everything. It's very much appreciated. And without people running everything behind the scenes, we wouldn't have this league. So shout out to all of you. People know who they are.
Yeah, especially thank you to everyone who made this tournament possible. Shout out to them.
All right, well, with that out of the way, this is the first week of EUSL coming to a close. I'll be excited to see you guys next week. And, well, thank you, everyone. Have a great night.